Tamamdır. SA deneme. Deneme.
conference about 4 years ago. When we first started doing this conference, we focused on using and benefiting the geographical location of our country from that. And I'm a presenter for the also size celebrate that as well. Also celebrate speakers. They will be taking the floor after our opening speeches. Our first session will be named Cogen User Experiences, and then we're going to have a keynote speech on high-track certification for CHP, and then we have another session named Creative Investment Solutions and Finance, and then after lunch break we have additional sessions including legislation improvements for Cogen, Cogeneration Europe Outlook, and innovation for future of cogeneration. After these sessions, we will possible. Our main sponsor, Enerjisa, our gold sponsors, Topkapı Endüstri, İnyo Yenbahar, and Il Tekno, and Texaco. Energy, our bronze sponsor, Photon Energy, and our dear sponsor, ICCI. To all of these institutions and sponsors, I'd like to thank. The event, I invite you all to take a moment of silence and recite our national anthem.
Teşekkür ederim.
Thank you. So we'll start with our opening speeches. To deliver their opening speech, I would like to invite Mr. Yavuz Aydın, the chairman of the board of the Turkish Cogeneration Association. The speaker is not audible. The speaker is not speaking to a microphone. As a result, English interpretation is not possible. So I have a few slides which I'd like to show you, and I'm also going to focus on exports and industry and how cogeneration is important in terms of that, and I will share with you a few figures. So Turkish Cogeneration Association was established in Istanbul in 1998. Our founder, Mr. Özkan Ağaç, a distinguished person, he's also still with us, supporting us as an honorary member. Our main goal is to support and improve and practice cogeneration in the best way possible in our country, and also to support the usage of cogeneration. At the same time, we have Cogen Europe, an umbrella organization in Europe, and there's also Gold Coalition, International Cogeneration Association. We are part of all these institutions internationally, and I represent our country as a member. Looking at our member profile, you'll see that we have about 100. Our aim was to have 100 members in the 100th anniversary of the Republic. Last year we managed that, we achieved that, and now with the recent additions to the bunch, we are now more than 100 members. So among our members, at first when our institution was established, we had mostly cogeneration users. Now users are less among members, but we have more and more producers and also service providers in cogeneration industry. Looking at the sectoral breakdown of cogeneration in Turkey, as of 2023, you will see that we have surpassed 107,000 megawatts in terms of total installed capacity. In the last few years, some of the plants, some of the cogenerations were sold, or when they stopped their operations because they were really old facilities, so we had some reductions in the installed capacity recently, but we can say the cogen installed capacity is about 5,000 megawatts. So keep in mind that we are also in the country building a new nuclear power plant. So considering the capacity of that power plant, and in addition to all that, we have cogen installed capacity of 5,000, more than 5,000, and that's basically ready to be used. So the installed capacity in Turkey also has a base load capacity as well. Looking at the breakdown, we see mostly textile industry is active. In addition to, we have chemicals, we have other industries like refinery, iron and steel. These are the mainstays here. Also pulp, paper and plywood. We also have food items as well, and also sugar. So this is a very typical breakdown in terms of the industry. So if you were to divide it to industry and others, you would see that in Turkey, industry is by far the most dominant part. So moving on, these are some refreshers for you. Comparing the energy production efficiency between fossil fuels and cogeneration, you see some examples. You see on the left-hand side a local coal and also imported coal and natural gas combined, and also natural gas combined in cogeneration. So basic efficiency and maximum efficiency. In Turkey, the last numbers give us that we have an average of 6% power generation efficiency in Turkey. This means that we can only transform 46% of the fuel that we use to electricity. But in cogeneration, of course, also considering the heat energy, this figure actually goes up to 70%. In some special fields like ply, paper products, this efficiency goes all the way up to 90%. We also play an important role in carbon dioxide emissions. In cogeneration, you see some of the carbon dioxide emissions On the left-hand side, you have brown coal, and on the right-hand side you see cogeneration, about 5 times less CO2 emissions in cogeneration, which is striking. Also, cogeneration also has a place, and an important place, in local industry and imports and exports. Looking at 2023 and 2023 and 2022, you see some export figures and the breakdown of industries. So between 2022 and 2023, there were only a little changes. In 2022, chemicals was at the first place and the automotive was in second. In 23, the roles were reversed. And looking at the industrial aspect of that, and in more detail, you see that Turkey had an exports of more than 220 billion, and in 2023 the figure was 255 billion in terms of exports. But looking at the breakdown of exports in Turkey, you will see the following. You will see that those who benefit from cogeneration, we looked at the exporters who benefit from cogeneration, and looking at the top 10, as you can see on the list, those that are marked with green are all companies that benefit from cogeneration. And in total, you will see that top 10 companies, top 10 exporters have achieved a total of $44 billion in terms of exports, and about 20 billion of that is generated by companies that use cogeneration. Some of these are producers, some of them are operators, but for example, even in the airports, even in the ground services, they use cogeneration and its benefits. Looking at the 2023 top 10 exporters, you see Turkish Airlines and Ford Automotive is at the first and second. And the other companies here, as you can see, those who are marked with green use cogeneration. Figures are very similar compared to 2022. Total top 10 exporters exported about 47 billion in total. 20 billion of that is achieved by companies that use cogeneration. And in total, about 25% to 1/3 of our total exports in the country are achieved by companies and institutions that benefit from cogeneration. And tourism is, of course, considered one of probably our biggest export. And many of the major hotels use cogeneration. Also, hospitals and health tourism is also really important. And many of the major health institutions, they use cogeneration. So we see the application of cogeneration in real life and daily life. So our goal is to emphasize this more and make sure that people are aware of it, and make sure that people are aware how cogeneration plays a very important role in our daily lives. So of course, I haven't even mentioned the losses like in production and also in distribution. Those also are much more advantageous in cogeneration. But in general, exports are really important for us, and those companies that use cogeneration are playing a very important role in exports, as you just saw. So I'd like to thank you all for being a part of this event. I'd like to thank Enerjisa, our main sponsor, and I also invite Mr. Bahadır Kocaaslan from Enerjisa. He's the Energy Solutions Sales Director. Distinguished guests, first of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to be a part of this event. So I actually thought about the conflict between Tesla and Edison more than 100 years ago, AC and DC competition. What if, I always think about this, what if the roles were reversed? How different would the world would be? How different would be our policies and how different our way of life would take place? So for those of you who don't know, Edison defended direct current towards the beginning of the 19th century, at the end of the 18th century, but at the time, compared to Tesla's proposed model, Edison's model was much more expensive. But at the time, despite Edison's efforts, Edison lost the battle and Tesla's was implemented. And electricity, of course, has been a huge part of our lives. But things are different today due to increasing CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. We have climate change now, and we need more renewables, and we also need more production in place. And we also have to go to this prosumer ecosystem. In today's technology, HVDC, high voltage direct current, is also in front of us, and almost like an ironic response to the developments that happened more than 100 years ago. So currently we are living in a world where we need more and more production locally, local production. Cogeneration also includes side products as well, like vapor, steam, and others. Especially in our country, where there are still big gaps between energy production and energy usage, it is really important. Also important in terms of getting ahead of losses in distribution. So in terms of distribution, we have a loss of about 13% in our country. I didn't know it was that high. Looking at the total production capacity of Turkey, we have about 340,000 gigawatt hours. So losing about 13% of that in distribution is really serious. And also, cogeneration and what it can provide us is, of course, really important in terms of the development of the country in general. So in our Mr. Yavuz Aydın, on his article in one of our publications of our association, he mentions the export figures. And as he just mentioned as well, how many of the top exporters use cogeneration, and they have about 1/3. Those companies who use cogeneration have about 1/3 of the share of total exports. So also our government has 2053 energy transformation goals, which is we think it's really important. Renewables and increasing their share is going to be really important. And looking at the data today, we still see that we are going to need fossil fuels going forward. And in cogeneration production, we actually make the best and most efficient usage of fossil fuels with the on-site production made available by cogeneration. And this way we can actually be more environment friendly. Mr. Dr. Özay Kasım also mentioned a few things about this. I'd like to reference him. He says that cogeneration facilities being highly efficient also means that they can help us with less harmful emissions. So this is something that we should all consider, and this is something that we should all help in terms of policy building. Also on the electricity exchange and legislations, we have recent legislations, and also keeping in mind those legislations, cogeneration is going to play an important role, because to have that flexibility of optimization in production and usage of electricity is going to be giving us the distinguished guests, it is clear that cogeneration has many advantages in terms of efficiency, reducing losses, and also achieving supply security of energy. And considering all these advantages, cogeneration plays a huge role in the development of our country. So as representatives of this industry in this country, we play a very important role. So as Enerjisa, with our business models named ESCO, we are there for those companies and institutions who need this. In many projects in which we provide engineering designs and also financing as Enerjisa, we have been very successful. If you're interested, as I've said, the engineering solutions and also financing solutions are provided by Enerjisa, by us in this model. So don't hesitate to get in touch with us to find out more about it. So with that said, thank everyone involved. I'd like to thank everyone who helped with the organization of this event. Hoping for a fruitful day. Thank you very much. We thank Mr. Yavuz Aydın, Chairman of Cogen Türk, as well as Mr. Bahadır Kocaslan from Enerjisa. We now have an online speaker, Mr. Marco from Cogen Europe, the Chairman of Cogen Europe, is going to be with us, delivering his opening speech. Is he ready?
Hi, Marco.
Hello, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, perfect.
Very good. Yes, thank you.
If you want, you can start.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So, good morning, everyone. I sincerely thank the Turkish Cogeneration Association and its president and friend Yavuz Aydın for inviting me again after last year in the opening session of this event as such a special time. Today, more than ever, the CHP industry is experiencing a complex moment related to a particular view of the evolution of energy and a particular view of how energy must be used. After the market shocks brought by the pandemic crisis and the continuing conflict in Ukraine, now new fronts of uncertainty are opening in the Middle East. So we are facing a very critical situation, and this reflects in a very critical situation in the market for CHP. Europe needs to stabilize its energy independence, and the goal is to reach energy independence in compliance with a decarbonization target. From one side, this should put Europe also in a leading role in the decarbonization industry, but all these will achievable only if we will know, firstly, how to prioritize efficient choices, and secondly, if we will know how to properly manage transition process that will lead to these goals. We now, in Brussels, have a new parliament. In Europe, we have a new parliament, the new European Commission. And first and foremost, it is necessary to address these institutions to represent that evolution of the European energy cannot be done without adopting principles of rationality. The goal of emission reduction and the goal of energy independence are corrected, pursued, but this must not compromise the competitiveness of industry and must generally be carried out at an efficient cost on one side, also at an acceptable cost for final consumers. The mode of using energy cannot fail to confront the general principle of efficiency. It is not permissible that efficient production cycles now using cogeneration will be penalized by ideological choices. CHP is a technology that can still give a lot to energy transition and to the achievement of system decarbonization goals. CHP is a technology that is ready for using renewables, but it is not only ready for using renewables, but more importantly, it is ready for the efficient use of renewable sources. As president of Cogen Europe, representing the European CHP industry chain in Brussels, I can only recall our efforts in supporting and advocating these ideas. All this can be done with the support of the members of the association, which we hope, of course, that can be more and more in time, but the commitment, final commitment that we support is that the energy transition can become an effective and an efficient energy transition. And for doing an efficient energy transition, we think that CHP is an essential technology for achieving this. So these are just small ideas that I hope that could help the discussion of today's meeting. And in closing this speech, I can only wish everyone a very fruitful day and thanks again for the invitation to be with you this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco.
Now we are going to watch a few short videos promoting our sponsors. Energisa helps you with your efficiency using solar and wind power. You can improve your businesses. You can improve your existing systems, make them more efficient, and start saving immediately with İşimin Enerjisi by Energisa. Get to know our performance-oriented and efficiency-focused solutions to save now. So we now will move on with the first session, first panel conference. The title will be Cogen User Experiences. So I'd like to invite Mr. Süha Işıklı, the Vice President of the Turkish Cogeneration Association. He will be our moderator. And then as panelists, we have Ms. Tuba Uzun from Tüpraş. She's the Energy Production Senior Engineer. We have Mr. Burak Ükiz from Sokar Türkiye. He is a refinery and petrochemical BU power generation manager. We have board member from KMK Paper, Mr. Bekir Yemşen, and we have Mr. Yüksel Yalçın, general manager at İstanbul Energy. So hello and welcome to the fourth edition of the Eurasia Cogeneration Conference. 4 years ago, we started this journey, and year by year, we increased the number of attendants, guests, and also make the event better overall. So, as we do these events, we always envision a series of panels that put Cogen at focus. So, of course, users and user experience is a huge part of that. We also have other subjects like legislation, finance, producers, etc. We will discuss all these things and also compare it, compare Turkish applications with Europe and the world. So in this session, we start with users of that spectrum. So we have Miss Tuba Uzun, Energy Production Senior Engineer from Tüpraş. I have Burak Ukiz from Sokar Turkey, Mr. Bekir Yemşen from KMK Paper, and Dr. Yüksel Yalçın from İstanbul Energy. So I'll start with Ms. Tuba Uzun. Tüpraş is one of the facilities that produces their own energy. They are among the leading industrial companies. So what kind of facility do you have in terms of producing your own energy, and what is your main reason you use cogeneration? Is it about supply security or cost efficiency? So hello, my name is Tuba Uzun. I've been working at the İzmit refinery of Tüpraş for about 5 years as a senior engineer. So Tüpraş actually started their production in 50s. Later on, as of 1983, we achieved 4 different refineries and we still operate those. Our installed capacity is about 482 megawatts in terms of cogeneration. So in 2022, it was also included in Tüpraş, and we reached about 910 megawatt of installed capacity. A significant part of that being achieved from green energy. So I'm working at İzmit refinery, and I'm going to focus on the İzmit refinery. We have about 205 megawatts of installed capacity. We have 3 gas turbines. We have 5 steam turbines, and also other means available to us. So we don't have a green energy investment at İzmit refinery as of today, but we are considering that. You see some of the capacities of our 4 different refineries. In total, we have about 30 million tons of processing capacity. Of course, that is made possible with the new investments and achievements since 1983. So you see some of our plants in Kırıkkale, İzmit, and Batman, and in Izmir we have refineries. And also with the addition of Entek to our portfolio recently, we now have wind panels, solar powers, and also hydraulic centers. So we exported about 1.7 megawatt in terms of cogeneration exports. So a significant amount of that production is achieved at İzmit refinery. So this is a simple explanation of how our system works, our system of cogeneration.
Tabii ki biz kojenerasyon sistemini önce...
Of course, for cogeneration system, first we use it for our facility, because in facilities like Tüpraş, where you can't stop production, you have to also supply constant energy. So this makes our system more reliable with the new gas turbines and added wastewater systems. When you take a look at the amount for the steam production, we were only producing as much as needed by the refinery, and again for electricity production we will produce as much as we can and use it in the refinery and sell the remaining amount. And 1,350 tons per hour is the steam production that we have. What's most important is meeting the demands of the refinery, and a very serious capacity, more than 900 megawatts in total, and about half of it is from renewables. Maybe in the following minutes I can add to that, but in 2030 our first target is 1 gigawatt hour carbon neutral electricity production. So decarbonization is a trend in all around the world. Now that's the path that we are following. And we all have responsibilities in that sense. So in that sense, for decarbonizations, what are the plans of Tüpraş? In 2021, Tüpraş has announced their strategical transformation plan, and when we reach 2050, all the energy production is aimed to be zero carbon emissions. So, as Tüpraş is the biggest power producer in Turkey, and while producing that, we are hoping to use green resources. And first target is our first green hydrogen facility, which is 20 megawatts. And for that to work, of course, we are also again focusing on green energy. And first point was including Ente into our portfolio, and the investments are continuing. First, we started with Batman refinery in 2021. We had 2 megawatts, and now we have 5 megawatts are coming. And in Batman there are 7 megawatts of possibility, and in Kırıkkale we have gas solar powered systems in Kırıkkale, and at the end of the 2025, 50 megawatts of storage is going to be invested upon, and new investments are constantly coming, and especially new investments on solar and storage. In Izmir we have 12.6 megawatts of wind power coming, and has been done in feasibility step. And again, Entel also has new investments. There is a constant transformation and investment coming in this area. For energy transformation, of course, for solar, for storage, new alternative fuels and applications of that is something that we are constantly going to be hearing about in the following years. Let's continue with Mr. Burak, a similar industry, refinery and petrochemicals. Burak Ukes, can you talk about your company and your cogeneration facility? Hello, everybody. I am Burak Ukes. Especially in Petkim, we have cogeneration. We are continuing, and had that at the beginning, but we had a stoppage because of some investment issues. But in the long term, we have a wide, complex cogeneration plan. For our next phase of investments, we are including that in our plans. In Petkim, we have 2,200 megawatts of cogeneration. We have 300 tons of steam tanks, 66 megawatts of high pressure turbines, and conventional turbines, and a gas turbine is in these facilities, and these are different from other systems. And there are only 8 of these turbines for heating the BFV water. So for gas turbine, we are not producing steam, we are immediately using that to preheat BFV. For opposite pressure turbines, we have 5 levels of steam in our tanks. We have XXXX, which is 540 degrees and 134 bars of pressure in that steam, and we separate it into different steams, levels of steam, and depending on 7 bars to 40 bars of pressure. So that's why in Petkim, in polymer production, we are focusing on steam. Sometimes cogen is going down to 0 liras. So we can't have a maneuver like that to move towards that. So in a strategical sense, we are focusing on our own production to supply that. In a year, in our tanks, we have about 5 million tons of XHS steam is produced. Now 440 megawatts of cogeneration production, and we have 3 megawatts of 17 power plants, totaling to 51 megawatts. Soccer also has other solar projects upcoming as well. And we have 980,000 megawatts of general production. So we are actually an importer in that sense. We don't have a lot of exporting side. Usually there will be a very small imports for that, but this way we can turn our costs in a reliable manner, lower them in a reliable manner, and try to manage our expenditure. And when you take a look at natural gas, 320 million nominal gas consumption is seen, and in complexes like ours, I think it will be similar in Turkish as well. Sometimes there could be issues about supply, and you could have to burn the product at some point if the product is going cheaper than raw materials. So you need to use this product as an alternative fuel. That is the issue about liquid fuels to continue our commercial operations. For waste gases that are produced in the field, we can burn them in this area. For electricity production, we have about 140 megawatts of production. One of the biggest advantages of cogeneration is, I believe there are who work in Izmir, there could be some mistakes being made, especially for national utilities could have some issues, and the entire Izmir region had issues with power. So these facilities are extremely important because they are self-sufficient. They produce their own power, and our ethylene company, for example, produces about $1 million worth of value, and if you stop ethylene production, you can only start it back up in a week or 8 days. So an issue in that production costs about $8 million. So that's why that is a huge issue. On petchem side, we are protecting ourselves. If we are talking about sustainability of electricity, if we had any shutdown issues, the refinery would lose $1.5 million a day. So that is one of the most important, crucial issues that we have. Since the day petchem has been found, how many days did cogeneration actually kept us working? Since the day it has been established, this has worked in our favor for 32 times because of reliability issues. So it worked for 32 times. So in terms of reliability, it is extremely important in complexes like ours. And cogeneration is an extreme advantage in that sense. So that's why SOCAR has cogeneration in its future programs at any point. And because of the age, there could be some different master plans, and we'll see the effects of cogeneration in that sense as well. So about your investments in the renewable energy, what is your main motivation? Is it your customers, or SOCAR has their own policies in that sense? In that point, what I can say is very quickly. I will go over sales very quickly. In Petkim, I have 1.8 million tons of total sales. About 1 million ton is about liquid products, and 700 is all solid products, and 24 billion liras of exports are being made. And the part where we sell the most towards is Belgium, for example, and we are talking about $7.4 million of net profits. So a sustainable production, decarbonization is a must. Petkim wasn't in the list, but Petkim is an exporter, very serious exporter, so that's why the smallest tax that they might apply to you would make you lose your competitiveness. So in 2026, we don't really know what kind of carbon tax will be applied, so that's why we are evaluating that conjuncture, and we are talking about what we can do in terms of solar plants. Azerbaijan, we are trying to figure out what we can do, especially for the consortium in terms of renewables. We are partners with Azerbaijan, and we are working with the Baku, and all the investment decisions are also supplied with that. So the companies are trying to take a look at the big picture. Mr. Brack, in Petkim refinery, do you have electricity systems? That's how, yes, we do. That's how you survived. So, yes, that's it. Alright, let's continue on towards Kahramanmaraş. Bekir Yemşan from KMK paper. Of course, pandemic has changed our lives, and it changed the way we prefer to do things. So, of course, everybody is going more and more online, and this has affected the paper industry. So, what do you feel like? Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me introduce myself. I am Bekir Yemşan. I've been in Kahramanmaraş paper for 27 years. Let me tell you very quickly in our industry. In paper industry, we are among the top 3 firms, and we have operations in Maraş and around 12 megawatts is coming from renewables, from biomass. 17 megawatts are coming from solar. Starting from recycling paper, of course, in the last 4 years, of course, how we see paper is changed. In e-commerce, for example, it is used in packaging a lot, and we have specific investments about that as well. And we have paper bags. Instead of plastics, we are preparing paper more. In that sense, we have more production for that. So every year we have about 250 million euros of sales, and that's the facility. Now, when we take a look at cogeneration, it's a global understanding that if you produce 1 kilos of paper, you have to use 100 kilos of water. So you also have to dry the paper afterwards. So I will give an example from Marash. We have 65-70 tons of production, and we use coal for that, and we have 45 bars of pressure in our system. And as Mr. Yavuz also said, when you take a look at the future for cogeneration, we experience a lot of positives, because in terms of competitiveness, there are very unique things are happening. The steam that we produce can be used back in our system for 70%, and what's one of the main points for us is, as Burak also said, we are in an earthquake zone. We have experienced the earthquake. Our factory torn down during the earthquake, and the grid is not stable in that area. There's a lot of issues with electrical stability, so we have to stop the production 4 times because of grid electricity issues. So stopping production for a day would cost us more than 150,000 euros. So that's why we experience a lot of issues about that. So that's why it is impacting our competitiveness. So we are using dust coal. We are burning it to create steam in 450 degrees, and we use it on the system. And in specific points, we are able to use cogeneration in the system. We don't prefer to sell or purchase electricity, because when we met with grid companies, they usually have some stability issues, so the dirty electricity would affect us. So for a amount of years, this is going to be an issue, and the coal that we are burning, we are increasing the quality of that, and the waste after the coal is down to 0 calories now. So that was a very important improvement in efficiency in Marash and in Kütahya. In Kütahya, we have our second cogen facility, and we have turbines. We are hoping to use them in the process, and in the gas side, we are able to also stay as an island separated from the grid. In terms of efficiency, if you keep away from the grid, of course it will improve your efficiency if you are not dependent on the grid. And what we is, we also have another facility in Marash. In paper production, we would always have about 15% of plastics, and there could be other as well for recycling, like wood or other materials. So 25% of all the material that we use is coming from our own factory for carbon neutral production. In our production, we have about 400 tons of waste we are processing. This is a new development in Turkey. We have an open button system. We have designed it with an Australian company, and we are installing it, and we are working that. And in 2022, we are working into 95% efficiency. After the earthquake, we had some issues, but in 2022, this power plant worked with efficiency of 95%, so this has been a great success for us. All the materials are controlled like hydrogen fluorures, so we create our steam from the turbine in a conventional system. So this is an advantage for decarbonization and also waste management, especially in the future. This is going to be a benefit for us. And our fourth point is solar panels. All of our roofs are projected to be filled with solar. Currently we have 17 solar panels, and this is improving our efficiency in terms of decarbonization. Of course, currently what foreign companies are usually asking us is about decarbonization. So they're asking examples for our projects, and that's why we have systems like this. Of course, carbon tax at the border, especially for steel, aluminum, or other industries, but paper is not one of them. But in 2026, paper will be included in that. And now, because of coal, we have about 200 million tons of carbon emissions every year. Now we are down to 48% for decarbonizing our production. We are also developing another project to get rid of coal. Sustainability and decarbonization is one of the biggest issues, projects for us. And when Ukraine-Russia war happened, of course, we had issues about supplying coal. So that's why we have to make sure that our companies are not dependent on these issues. So this is a great system that you have, but is there any regulatory suggestions that you have to improve the industry? Because this conference is, of course, the platform for that suggestion, so we would like to hear about it. Of course, energy industry is the common point for all of us. It is one of the industries that should be lowered in exports, lowering the imports of it. So we would be meeting with other issues. Sometimes regulations are not fast enough or companies are not fast enough, but what is needed is the industry has to secure themselves for energy. We used to have cheap electricity, but now, because of the war and gas issues, electricity prices are not as cheap. So all the companies require their own solutions, and they have to have proper efficiencies. When you take a look at regulations, one of the biggest issues is if the energy is clean, the efficiency of the company increases. Years ago in Germany, for example, in 1 year, all the entire electrical instability was 8 minutes in 1 year. And in the last 5 years, they said they had no issues about electricity. When you take a look at it, in Turkey, the grid and the power plants, the efficiency issues, I think there are a lot to be done and improved. Of course, the earthquake zone is another issue, but you would have 3 or 4 times every month. So if we can improve it as much as you can, it would also improve the efficiency of the industry as well. So infrastructure is extremely important. We are back to Istanbul again. Istanbul, of course, is a mega city, and when you take a look at the electricity production, of course, it has more capacity than many European countries, and Istanbul Energy General Manager, Dr. Yüksel Yalçın, PhD, is of course the expert on that. I would, of course, would like to thank the organizational committee and Cogen Türk, and now I would like to thank our participants who are listening to us today, and we have been the Cogen family all together. Istanbul Energy is a company of the Istanbul Metropolitan Municipality. In IBB, it is an energy production company. We also have Eastart and 180 megawatts of energy production is done right here. We have 20 megawatts of solars we are hoping to increase. And with the Green Deal of Europe, Turkey is a member of that deal, of course. And again, for mayors of cities, Istanbul is part of Green Deal, and Istanbul said that 2030 will for decarbonization. So the entire IBB family in the municipality, with all the companies also owned by the municipality, we are in IBB, and we are trying to improve that as well in Istanbul, but also district municipalities with sustainability and energy planning. Green transformation will be done together with all the district municipalities. So we are also trying to apply that to other companies and other municipalities as well. Of course, if somebody is doing something well, it will increase the speed of others. So we're also working to improve other municipalities with our local government's project. Sustainable energy program, United Nations Sustainable Development Goals have 17 materials, and within that ecosystem, we are also focusing on Green Deal of Europe, and we are trying to improve our energy systems in line with those two specific goals. This is our main view. What is the target? Of course, decarbonization with all the institutions and stakeholders. In addition to that, of course, municipalities are not just managing their own energy, they have to have a mechanism of leadership for everybody in their local region. For example, architectures would plan something in decorative manners, but if they don't care about energy parameters, the municipality will not be green if they allow that. So we have to define that into for new buildings production, energy programming should be applied, and current existing building stock should be improved in terms of green energy sustainability. I care a lot about these platforms, and there are firms who have been working on these issues. Electricity engineers chamber and other chamber of engineers are working on specific infrastructure, and all of them are focusing on green buildings. And if we focus on that sense, we can generate an energy culture. Independent systems will be able to work that while a building is working. For example, if they have plastic injections, you should be able to include cogeneration for that. All the dynamics should be added together, and common projects should be used for that. Still in 2022, if you have not if you do not have biomass power plants, and if you just dump your waste in wild areas, it is not acceptable. So we all have a responsibility and we have to do something about it. In Istanbul Energy is among the 32 companies owned by the municipality, and we are in the top 500 in Turkey. Our operational areas are energy management, energy investments, of course lighting, and within the IBB, all the lighting materials or the poles and historical site lighting is set up by us with our 200 employees. We also use the products that are using the least amount of energy to support sustainability. Another site in 62, a company called Belfast was set up, and they still have fossil fuel trade, but we are setting up self-sufficient systems, and we are also setting up stations for EVs. And after 2030s, hopefully, fossil fueled vehicles will be done in Turkey.
Kocan Türk'le akrabalığımızı kılan
So this is our facility in Silivri Seymen that builds our relations with Cogeneration. So it had initially about 17 megawatts, now has about 44 megawatts in terms of capacity. In addition to this, we have other facilities in other places, of a total of 38 megawatts, and also another plant about 22 megawatts. We also have some applications of biomethanization. So in total, we have about 180 in the entire metropolitan municipality ecosystem. So this is our facility in Seymen. This was opened in 2021. It is supported by AI and digital applications and has automatization mechanisms. We have some technology companies that helped us with this facility. Some of them are here. I'd like to thank them. So this facility is open to everyone. I also would like to make a call to our other stakeholders. You can always visit our facility, and we are always open to contributions that will help us improve. In addition to this, we have heat regaining systems, recycling systems that we have. We also have absorption chiller systems that we started a tender process for. So this way, the chiller that we use in the methane is going to be done by this. This way we will save about 2,500 megawatts yearly. Another important project that we have is this ORC. This is energy production from waste heat. So ORC systems are going to be really important in terms of this. This is not going to be optional but mandatory. It's something that should be mandatory because a generator produces electricity. When it produces electricity, there's heat, about 450 Celsius degrees of heat, and about 350 of that can be used as waste heat. So we talk about climate change and decarbonization, and as we know, we heat up the atmosphere using these systems. So by implementing this ORC project, we plan to improve, and total we will have achieved about 10 megawatts of ORC system. So this is our investment project for 2025, and in 2026 it will be operational. So in total, 52 motors will be there, and in total of 10 megawatts of capacity. So this is going to be a significant investment. So consider that we can do this in all biomass facilities. We would have gained incredible advantages. So this is ORC, and what we do in terms of ORC as Istanbul Energy. We are also transforming our buildings to have hybrid energy solutions. One of them is this building at Seymen. In our metropolitan municipality vision, we basically have programs to build solar panels wherever we can. Of course, depending on where the building is built, and also depending on the roof structure, so that we can maximize solar panel installations. This is about the building designed by engineers and architects, and also local governments and institutions. We should also be more careful about the lighting systems of buildings, about the lighting projects, the lighting design of buildings. We have to, when we do it wrong in the first place and then try to transform it after that, it's much more expensive. So it would be much more beneficial to start and design everything to work properly in the first place. In a lot of industrial systems and in factories in Istanbul and in other places, we do energy transformation projects. So we also, as I mentioned, we have SECAP, Sustainable Energy Climate Action Plan. We are preparing our SECAPs with other municipalities around the country so that we can enhance the energy management culture at local governments. This starts with the auditing processes at municipalities and also licensing process in municipalities. So finally, I also like to say this, especially in municipalities and local governments, we have to have an energy management department that is a full-time, that has staff at the municipality in-house, so that they can work on energy management. And energy is a scarce resource like water and food. So sustainable local governments need to be present. When doing all this, we of course have to work closely with universities and scientific institutions. And we need to have specific engineers that are experts in their own specific field, like solar panels or wind power or solar power, etc. So we have to have specific experts and engineers who are focusing on specific areas of energy, rather than having just general engineers. So you see some of additional pictures and projects in the presentation. And in addition to that, of course, one of the biggest issues we face is financing, of course. When it comes to financing, in Turkey, we have to have loans, credits for energy now, just like mortgages or car credits. So this is needed. So investment financing shouldn't be a problem for companies and institutions anymore. So the energy financing system should be arranged in a way that all companies can finance and produce their own energy in 5 years. Because we have a lot of industrial and corporate consumption, so we have to have financing for all that. Also for individual usage in households and in homes, additional steps can be taken to provide financing. Sorry for taking too long, but that's that by me. Thank you very much. So we have about 6-7 minutes until the end of our panel. If you have any questions, we can now receive a few questions. So I'd like to thank Tüpraş, Sokar exporters, and also to Kameka for recovering after the earthquake. Thank you very much. And my question would be to Mr. Yüksel Yalçın, the General Manager of İstanbul Energy. So in terms of transforming and turning waste to energy in Istanbul, this is something that is really important for a city like ours. So not just for electricity, but also for heat and also steam. This is really important, and it is really great to see that you are considering all aspects of this waste to energy scheme. So can you elaborate on some of your future plans in terms of cogeneration or heating, in terms of maybe regional heating or maybe heating of your buildings? I'm hearing you have a few projects on that in some of the facilities that the municipality owns and operates, big buildings, in terms of, especially if the buildings are old, they consume a lot of energy and with really low efficiency. So does the municipality have some projects on using cogeneration in terms of heating the big municipality facilities and buildings? Do you have any plans on that? So central heating systems are important, and in terms of our buildings, as of now, we don't have any clear plans on that. But as you are also aware, we have 4 main facilities now, one of them being Seymen, with 4 megawatts of capacity. So we did an ORC project there. We used the heat in that facility. We will use about 300 Celsius degrees of the 450, and with remaining 150, it's going to be difficult to use that. So we also have another facility that was opened with 87 megawatts of capacity. That's another project. But in terms of what you're referencing, we don't have any clear projects at the moment. But currently, with our projects, we have an energy production of for 7,000 households. Okay, thank you very much for the question and response. So the next session will be about financing, and then one last thing though before that. Of course, the return of investment is important. So with solar investments, we have about 3.7 years in terms of return of investment. So in cogen and biomass, this is about 2.8 years compared to 3.7 years in terms of return of investment. So this is a good opportunity in terms of financing as well. So when banking experts hear these kinds of ROIs, I think they would be curious about doing something about financing these projects because the numbers seem good. We thank our moderator and our panelists for this session. Before going into the finance panel, we have a keynote speech. The subject will be about iTrack certification for CHP. So the keynote speech will be delivered by General Manager of Photon, Mr. Yunus Sönmez. I'd like to invite him to the stage. Hello everyone. Thank Cogeneration for inviting me to this very important event. So Cogeneration is actually doing a very important mission because the subject at hand throughout the world. So as photon energy, our fundamental mission focus on this efficiency during this energy transformation, focusing on how we can provide solutions and increase the competitiveness of our members, of our stakeholders. So I will mostly focus on international renewable energy certificates. An iTrack Foundation. Previously, they were named IRAC, but now they are iTrack. So they have been giving these certificates in more than 30 different countries in the last decade. So these certificates are provided. So in the last years, when it comes to energy transformation and decarbonization, we got new concepts and ideas. So we know that renewables by themselves are not enough for decarbonization. What is important here is that to continue to work sustainably in other and the main thing about that, of course, give IRAC E certificates, renewable places. So Photon Turkey have reached about 16 in terms of capacity. In the second and third steps, there are things that we can do. So we looked at the international examples. So for nuclear, for example, we give this iTrack Clean Energy Certificate. A similar one is used very widely in France. There's also a huge volume in United Arab Emirates and in Middle East in general, where iTrack is operating. So we are actually this iTrack E certificate as well, and we'd like to talk about how we can provide the certificate and support our exporters. So here was to come up with a certification model, end-to-end certification model. This includes hydrogen and other renewables, and it's about sources used and certifying. So at the end of 2022, our product code was published by iTrack, and with that, we actually recorded 5 cogeneration facilities in Turkey. EU has a directive on this, which was published in 2012. Later date to this was done in 2023. So what this directive, EU directive, defends is that in the cogeneration centrals, so basically guarantees of origin certificates can be given to cogeneration plants in Europe. But this directive provides a fundamental basis. So this is not used everywhere in Europe. So this is mostly seen in countries such as Italy and Spain. So there's also another document by EU, another declaration focusing on these origin certificates. So the motivation of these certificates is that they will be used in the voluntary sustainability reports. So these reports are gaining more and more importance. And with these reports, companies will have an easier time to access green financing, credits, and their job will be easier. So this presentation also helps bridging the upcoming session on financing, which I am very excited for. So I'd like to share some technical details with you very briefly. This EU directive has a formula for certain situations where cogeneration facilities can be considered highly efficient. So this concerns primary energy savings. This means that if you had to use heat and electricity separately, and compare that to what you use with the cogeneration facility, and if there's more than 10% difference, the cogeneration facility is considered highly efficient according to this formula. So there are reference values for electricity depending on the type of source and also when the plant was made operational. So here the motivation is to calculate and measure efficiency so that technologies can be updated. So reference values increase year by year. And you see different values here for different aspects. So this is another labeling program that we are very excited about. We started this together with Cogenturk. So now institutions can get this iTrack E certificate, a label for. We have other plans. One of the biggest changes we plan is to add value and provide added value to cogen plants using these labels and certifications. So we want to incentivize new investments.
En büyük ve en temel kaynağı vereceğimiz etiketler ve
And by giving these certificates and labels, these companies will be able to use these labels and certifications to get new investments. So unfortunately, the future is still uncertain. We have gray areas. So what we do is to be proactive and not necessarily wait for regulations to clarify, but try to foresee where they are going so that we can prepare our exporters to the future. So by providing these labeling programs and certification programs, we are leading a completely new mechanism in Turkey. So one example would be this. Let's say you have a cogeneration plant, you use biomass, you can already get IREC-E. But let's assume that this is a highly efficient facility. In addition to this source certificate, you also get this highly efficient label. And when you get that certification and also the label, you actually clearly show the added value. For example, solar power plants work with 22% efficiency, but the cogeneration can achieve easily above 90% efficiency. So solar is renewable, cogeneration facility burns natural gas, but there's a huge gap in terms of efficiency. So this difference in methodology should be definitely considered, and we think that this should be rewarded with these labels. So we have a few labeling programs. One of them is the approval label, and then we have production facility label, and then we also have production certificate label. They have different scopes, different conditions. To give you an example, on the last one, on the product certificate label. So this is, for example, very valid in hydrogen. EU, for example, when they define green hydrogen, they look at the hourly consumption of hydrogen and they time it, and if the data is appropriate, they label it as green hydrogen. So this is the scope of this label program. So additionally, these certificates are also used in sustainability reports internationally. And as you can see on the chart, textile producers, for example, in the last 3 years have been getting the most amount of IREC certificates. Despite textile not being a part of carbon at the border, they still choose these certifications because their biggest motivation is to use these certificates in their reporting internationally so that they can increase their competitiveness. So that's why there's a potential for us here. And our main goal is to prove the efforts that our exporters are putting in terms of sustainability. This is also really helpful for them to get access to green financing internationally. So these certificates are also beneficial for that. We expect them to be even more popular in the future. Thank you very much for listening. This is all from me. So we have time. Please go ahead if you have any questions. So you started these in Turkey with IREC and others. So you actually focus on cogeneration facilities being highly efficient, and this way they get certificates. So we try to implement these with you and also with the efforts of Cogenter. So very shortly, let's say I'm an owner of a cogeneration facility. I am also an exporter, and if I get the certificate, I will get an advantage, right, in my business. So how can I start? What can I do to get the certificate? How can I start this process? Can you elaborate? So first of all, we have a methodology that we developed. Dr. Özaykas led that process. So in terms of this methodology, we basically send a form to the cogen facility to get some basic information. And then we focus on this primary energy efficiency, and if they actually go over that 10% efficiency. And in the second stage, we basically do a verification. So basically, they give us documents and we verify them in the second stage. What we do is we do a field study, field visit to the facility. We verify the data that they provided us with, and then that way we verify if the primary energy efficiency is above 10%, and if it is, both the IREC and labeling program starts in parallel. And this way, we also save and register the company to the system, and then we register the cogeneration unit, and we use that data when we get that data during our visit, and we use that data. So the facility also lets us know how much they produce, from what, and they actually tell us the time period that they want to get this certification in. So we respond to their inquiries and we support them in this journey, and that's how it works basically. Thank you very much. So we are going to watch 2 more videos by our sponsor companies, and then we will move on with our finance panel.
Konferansımız öğle arası
Our conference will have its final session before the lunch break. It will be Creative Investment Solutions and Finance. Our moderator from Topkapı Industry, the General Manager, Sedat Akar, is coming to the stage. Our panelists, Customer Solutions and Sales Manager from Enerjisa, Burak Kayol, Business Development Manager from Tres Enerji, Mustafa Turan, EBRD Deputy Country Head of Turkey, Şule Kılıç. Esteemed participants, welcome to the session, and in our time we will be talking about creative investment solutions. We have very valuable three panelists with us. They will maybe inform us about their accomplishments in more detail, but in today's world, increasing energy demand is continuing to increase constantly, so we need creative and easy financing. First of all, I would like to ask Mr. Burak. He is the sales manager in Enerjisa. Go ahead, Mr. Burak. Hello, welcome everybody. In other sessions, of course, I have seen an expectation that this session will be very interesting. And today I will a little bit talk about what is ESCO, what is the scope of energy performance agreements, and ESCO means Energy Services Company. It means a firm that is giving a service in terms of energy, and these are the models that these companies use. In general, of course, it's about financing, as it is the subject of this session, but ESCO is not only a financing tool. I think it is discrediting it. So I will talk about three main principles for ESCO, and first of all, of course, it is about financing, and the second point is technical know-how, and the third point is minimizing the risk. In energy performance agreements, of course, the first priority from the A to Z, it could be understood as a service from engineering, design and development of the project, application of the project, and then after that, if need be, all the maintenance and repairs from the same company, from the ESCO. In today's conjuncture, of course, reaching financing is very difficult. So financing is important. One of the greatest points for this model is from day one, the investor does not need to lift the entire investment, and ESCO meets the investment. After the development process is done, they give the financing, and a long-term contract, including with all the services, they will pay in time. So this allows the firms to manage their cash flow, and also loans and credits are very expensive right now, so the firms do not have to take on that burden. And also, as power plant is producing enough, you are able to save from energy efficiency. You only pay when you can. So in terms of financing, this is allowing the firms to be more flexible. As I've said before, reaching financing is extremely difficult in our day, and
ticari işletmeleri yatırım yapmaları
commercial
alanlar. Burada kaynakların sonsuz olmadığı ve ulaşılabilirliğinin de kısıtlı
and financing vehicles have
ESCO'nun
a lot of
performans
areas to invest in, so ESCO allows
aynı anda
this to happen from
birlikte
2 or 3 investment to happen at the same time.
firmaların daha doğru üretebilme
It is allowing firms to manage their credibility in a proper way, and
ciddi anlamda finansal
in a serious sense, it is helping the financials of this industry. Another point is the risk. It is extremely critical because
geri dönüş süreleri kimi zaman fizibilitede
return on investment may not always be as expected at the beginning in the process. So investor is sharing the risks. The ESCO firm is
enerji servisleri firmasının üzerinde bırakıyor olması
taking that. So it is a big advantage for the investor. As Mr. Mustafa also said,
temelde iki tane sözleşme tipinden bahsedebiliriz.
we can talk about two types of contracts for ESCO model. There could be other, but the most widely used ones are these. And first of all, it is energy performance contract.
Bir verimlilik garantisi
So they guarantee some efficiency in the
modeliyle yatırımın
facility, and by sharing of that, the return of the project will allow the project to pay itself.
projenin kendisinden tahsil eder hale gelir.
So the project will be paying for itself by all the savings. And the second point, if there's an infrastructure build-up or a facility construction, if that is happening, you can receive your pay. And otherwise, you will not be able to take the payment. So the entire risk is to the company that is developing that. Of course, the technical experience and know-how and expertise, specifically for energy company, it requires a huge investment as well. In the last 4 or 5 years, there's a lot more required for that. So it is something. These projects are duplicated in most of the time, and we are able to use the same project structure for many different investments. And all the projects that we are investing in is about energy, so different areas and different processes are used, and we are able to see the results in different areas. So that experience at the point of investment, especially during design and application and during operation, it is a great added value for the model. That experience is shared between projects. So in the most basic terms, that's what I can share. So how many years have we been using ESCO model in Turkey? What I can say about that is in 2017, 2018, I have been working in Turkey, first in Enerjisa and also beforehand in other companies as well, and I know cogeneration projects existed since 2015. As far as I know, this model has been tried to be applied, but because of different issues, we can ask if we are able to properly apply this model. I can't say we can. We need a wider market range, so some limitations are holding it back. We can get the information about that limitations from you or from Mustafa, our next speaker. Let me give the stage to Mr. Mustafa. He is Tres Energy Business Development Manager. He will inform us about the models and the blockages in the industry. Thank you very much for giving me this platform. First of all, I would also like to thank everybody who has worked on this event. Stress Energy, we are also proud to be part of such organization and sponsoring it as well. Very quickly, I will introduce myself. I am Mustafa Turan. I'm a business development manager in Stress Energy, and I've been in Stress Energy for about 12 years. And before that, I was also in cogeneration industry. And Mr. Sedat is the first person who has hired me, and he put me in this industry. Joking aside, I've had great years in that company as well, and it has been a school for me. I would like to thank him with this coincidence. And Stress Energy in 2012, we have been set up as that. Stress Energy is one of the companies of Global Investment Holding. That's a firm that is working in many different areas, so they have a lot of different energy investments within them. In 2022 April, it has done an IPO. So Consus has 120 megawatts of portfolio. We have biomass, solar, and ESCO projects are within that, and Tres is responsible for the ESCO. Half of the total capacity is within Tres Energy, and cogeneration and unlicensed solar energies within that. And at the beginning, we always said this model should exist, and very slowly applications started. As Mr. Burak also said, back in 2012 or 13, our first application, maybe before ESCO, we had built and operated projects. And with the changes in the industry, of course, solar energy is also included in that. So we always believed in the model. We are very much behind European or global examples, so we have a lot to improve. We realize that, but we also see that potential is also here. And Mr. Brock thankfully informed us in general about ESCO. I want to talk about some contracts models when the final user will make an agreement with an EPS firm and they realize that. So it is a short-term contract. In longer terms, we have build, operate, transfer agreements. So it is about ESCO. So the builder is also operating until the end of the contract. So why do we have that? And what are the differences in the contracts is asked the most. So let me talk about that when we have everybody who will ask that question here. So instead of build, operate, transfer, we have build, transfer, operate. So this is different for public industry and private. So why do we have that? Because final user, especially recent times, in roof solar, this has happened a lot. The end user want to have investment incentives, so they want to show the equipment in their budgets. ESCO is taking the financing burden, so they are also developing the facilities. They will create the invoices and they will operate, but they will not take the money. So it seems like a bad deal, right? So I think there was a movie that said, where is the money and where is the customer and where is the car? So the ESCO company, they create the assurance for the money that they will receive. This could be different assurances, like a mortgage or something, but after that agreement, of course, is made, depending on the performance, they will start sharing. The first number will be paid in time, depending on the performance, then the investor will receive profits after that. So if it's different for public point, because after a long time EPS regulation exists in the public institutions, when industry has been, of course, asked about these developments. At that point, you enter an agreement, you take the tender, then the ownership of this facility has to be transferred to the public institution. But we need to be in line with the regulations, so that's why it is a bit different, less complicated one. An example of a less complication is for the public projects, because when you take a look at the legal background of it, these are not easy contracts. They are very complex, and build, operate and transfer is, when you take a look at those, this is much simpler. You build the facilities, you don't transfer it. You operate it yourself for a limited time. You can set up an income targets or a date, a specific date. At the end, you have to transfer the facility. You can also add a price for transfer as well. It depends on the specific contract. And there is also a longer term build and operate contracts. So it depended on our 14 years of experience. This is what we have experienced. For contracts, specifically build and operate contracts, we have many cogeneration contracts. Most of them are build and operate contracts, because for natural gas regeneration in ESCO, they are not motivated to take that area. So because the business is a lot more complicated compared to renewables. There are engineers and there are thousands of components, and it could break at any moment. So the final user, the end user, wants to use the ESCO system, so they don't come to us about transferring the system to us after a while. But in our gas projects, the solar projects, they have transfers, because comparatively it is much simpler, or foreseeable, maybe predictable. So that's why solar has a specific point. You can determine what the maintenance and repairs will be in specific time. And again, if we were to talk about contracts of ours, you can classify them depending on the risk level. As I've said, entirely from my own experience, we have 3 different contract types depending on the needs of the market. First of all, about ESCO point of view, least risk for ESCO, most risk from end user is the beginning one. First of all, fixed service payment. This is a ESCO friendly system. Second one is saving sharing. As you might guess, they are sharing something right here. And third one is, Mr. Burak also said about that. In this system, the risks will be lower for fixed price payment. What could it be in today's numbers? For example, let's say you want a power plant and you have put a specific price for the energy, so you save that price somewhere, And as time changes, this value escalates. This could be months, quarters, years, whatever. So it depends on the contract. So the value is escalated. So you need to specifically set it to something. It could be consumers' inflation rates, and we are trying to call it fixed cost services. There is also a specific contract type, which is sharing the savings. In some facilities, let's say, what was the cost of electricity and natural gas for this facility? This was X. Now we have cogeneration, and the cost is now Y. Because they burned natural gas, they produced heat, so that is a net profit for the company. So it is calculated every month, and as the prices of electricity and natural gas changes, it is changing as well. So two sides agree at the beginning, and the biggest pie will be in ESCO firm because they do the investment, and they meet the operational costs as well. So the pie is shared in some way. So it's a bit more clear structure. Both sides are industrials usually want to count the number of others, and if another person is earning more than they are, they would be disturbed, and it's very natural, and you don't have to measure who has the most money, and you are sharing this in a contract, so it makes everybody safer. So most of our contracts in that way as well. And third one is saving assurances. So let's say they are purchasing electricity for X liras. What they are assuring is we are going to lower it by this amount, and we are giving that until the end of the project. So this is very much more clear for the end user because they know what exactly their savings will be. But for ESCO firm, it contains risks without any pricing fluctuation in the energy field, and the price of natural gas and electricity and all the costs of processes, all of that has to be followed up by the bank. And for the end user, for everything, every change is positive or negative to happen in here. As the ESCO firm, you are the one party responsible. I have experienced the same thing in 2018. The natural gas prices increased 24% in one night, and it was a bad experience. Of course, most of our customers were trying to help us, but nobody actually fixed their program. But after you started, you will find a way. So this specific contract type is harder for ESCOs, and maybe you have to pull it away, and if you use soft, if you were to specifically say that it's like taking all of your winnings from lottery and putting it in Turkish lira. So if you focus on all the contracts specifically for saving, maybe it will just destroy. we have seen a lot of ups and downs in the markets, and we have seen it is harmful. In good news, of course, it's not going to make you a king, and in bad news, it's not going to get you your head lost. So I would also like to talk about the hardships that ESCO companies face. Okay, your time is over, but before continuing on the subject of financing, before asking for our last speaker, I have some questions I would like to ask you. You said there were some blockages against ESCO. Is it about the market or external reasons? This could be both of them, because when we first started in 2012 for power generation ESCO, when we started in 2012, it is the main differences, while the other side is sitting on a table. One post will be taken by the end user, one post from the ESCO, and another post will be taken from the bank. So you would ask, why am I using an ESCO firm then? So this is a general misunderstanding. That's what we are trying to fix usually. ESCO is not the dynamics of them, so it's not about. You are never able to help those who have asked for help. If I were to talk about those names of the companies, of course everybody would know about them. So more international firms are suitable for it in a better way. So Turkish industry is a bit more having more issues, and there are also issues about regulations. But you would see that there is a constant change, and lawmakers are trying to improve that. But the thing is, everything that has been changed in the regulations, they will make the industry lose a couple of months, because you would open the statement and everybody reading that would understand something else, because it's like they want to write it in a cryptic manner. Nobody understands the same thing. That's my idea. So this is making us lose time. So at the end, we have agreed upon a specific text and we are starting the application. And what we have seen the most is in EPDK and in TEDASH, or they have some standards, but for local areas there are no standards. So that's what we have to criticize about ourselves. The best example is last week we were taking a look at a specific area, but they wanted to add gravel to specific area. Stone chips were being laid down, and now you have to solve that problem. So it's something brand new. So it's not just about regulation. The regional industries, you would have different requirements, and a standardization is required for that. The investor is trying to do something that is not easy to foresee, and not having a standard is the biggest thing that is an issue for the investor.
I would like to briefly add something on top of that. We have to underline something. Yes, ESCO is a model to access financing, but it is not a model to have access to cheap financing. Our industrialists, businessmen think that if I do ESCO model, I will get access to much better financing for me, and the project will be cheaper in the end. But as I try to focus on my own speech, this is not a model to get cheap financing. It has other dynamics as well. explained by Mustafa really well. It is about sharing the risk. It is also about combining financing with expertise and experience. So I wanted to say this in addition to what Mustafa has been saying, because perspective is important. Because if they have different perspectives, this is not a tool for cheap financing. If people see it from that perspective, things will not work out. Yes, I definitely agree with you. In Turkey, we have really important industrial organizations, companies, and energy investments can be done. But medium-scale companies, because their main activity is not energy, they do things differently. And with ESCO model, there's this sharing of income model. So because these companies, medium-scale companies, they don't have any expertise in this, it might be logical for them to follow this approach. Hopefully, we will see more of it in the future. Okay, with that said, I will now ask a question to Ms. Şule Kılıç from EBRD. She is a deputy country head at EBRD, and she will be informing us about alternative financing models. Yes, thank you very much. As you mentioned, as EBRD Turkey, we have been operating as a supranational financing institution. Turkey is one of the founding members of EBRD, one of the 72 founding members. I can say it's a half public, half private as of now. So we develop public financing policies and tools, and we work on that. So, as you can guess, despite being a bank, our only aim is not financing. So our financing method has three main pillars. Many of them involve what previous speakers mentioned. So these three pillars are as follows. The first, policy dialogue. The policy dialogue includes working closely with policymakers, governments, and other actors so that we can prepare a base for the entire situation so that the financing can be built on top of that. To facilitate this pillar, we are closely collaborating with ministries in Ankara. We also work with experts. We hire consultants as well. Our, of course, biggest goal in this pillar is to come up with a model so that we can have the regulations in the best way possible for financing. Of course, the world is not perfect. Things get difficult, and sometimes you have to do trial and error. You try something, you change it, you make it better. So it's a circle that renews itself all the time. So this can be about politics, sometimes some legal limitations. So it's not a smooth process. So it goes back and forth, lots of trial and error. The second pillar is mostly related to the institution or the company or the customer that we are financing. And that second pillar involves support about the project that they are developing. We have certain grants and certain funds to help with that technical support so that we can put the project in the right grounds technically. If there are some lacking aspects, we work with those. They can be about environment, feasibility, anything technical. And the third pillar is the financing itself. And when we come to the third pillar, the financing itself, we basically try to come up with the model long term without any issues. So these are the three main pillars that we use to finance our projects. And because we are a supranational institution, we have access to really cheap concessional financing and also grant funds. They include climate funds, technology funds, or certain investment funds. So with this cheap financing that we have access to, or the grants that come from governments directly, we can use all that in our projects. And in addition to the financing that we provide, we can also add these concession finance or grants, and this way what we come up is this blended financing, as we call it. So sometimes, let's say the technology is expensive and the company doesn't want to use that technology, but thanks to these concessions we have, we can come up with a blended solution, and this way the cost of that technology or investment is more tolerable. Today we have hydrogen, as you know, we have battery applications, we have storages for those, or we have certain technologies, new technologies for energy efficiency. Some of these technologies are still not economically feasible or proven, especially in those cases. Thanks to the grants and concessions that we can provide, we can make the costs more tolerable. This way, projects or investments that are not economically logical or feasible can actually be done so that they can move forward. We have many plans and projects that we are currently conducting. One of the most important subjects that we focus on is, of course, investments concerning increasing energy efficiency. And the Ministry of Energy and Natural Resources also has a lot of projects recently, and they also incentivize a lot of projects that don't put a lot of load on the grid. So in these projects, every company have the right to actually produce double the amount, the energy that they consume. But let's say you are a cement producer or a glass producer, let's say. It's not your job to produce electricity. So that production and that maintenance, the operation of electricity production is something else that you may have no expertise on, and you're not expected to do that, especially if you're a medium-scale company. So in that sense, this ESCO EPC model is a great model. We started working with that about 15 years ago at the beginning of 2010s in Ankara with our ministry. So we tried to work with that model to develop it. There are some great examples abroad in Germany, the Netherlands, and other countries. So we took those as example to implement in Turkey. So we started working on the regulations, we started working on the contracts, and things started moving forward. But a big issue that we have in Turkey is that with sometimes ministries actually conflict with each other in terms of the regulations that they come up with. So all of a sudden you see one ministry says something and another ministry says something else. And that basically confuses us and also the customers, and it confuses everyone. So what we prepare something, we prepare a project, we focus on the financing, but all of a sudden something comes up and they say, oh, that's not possible due to this regulation. And all of that effort is gone to waste. So this way you can't use the concession funds, you can't use the grants, because all of a sudden there's this new regulation and things don't work. So new things come up all the time in terms of regulations, and then something happens and you can't work with it. So ESCO is really important in that sense as well. because this EPC ESCO includes everything.
Çatı güneş enerjisi santralini kurayım.
So it's not just about building the roof panels. It includes everything from,
O elektrik enerjisini kullanacak, onu birlikte
it's basically about
olan yapının her türlü açıdan verimliliğini
supporting and increasing the efficiency very comprehensively and holistically, basically eliminating losses. Also, it involves focusing on insulation to get ahead of losses. It involves trying to achieve maximum efficiency. So it's a holistic approach that includes all solutions and all aspects. So as you would appreciate, if you're a cement factory, you're not in a position to know all these things. ESCO is really beneficial in that sense. In Europe, there are some really developed and advanced companies and technologies. They can actually come and see everything. So in Turkey, sometimes they are not possible to be implemented because there are regulations preventing that. Sometimes these regulations prevent the works of ESCO companies. So we try to solve these issues, and again, we lose a lot of time in the process. So as a bank, currently, we are focusing on energy efficiency, resource efficiency, including water. We have a lot of solutions in these subjects, and when it comes to financing. As we develop these solutions, both Burak and Mustafa touched upon this, but what we try to do is we try to finance it as in a very similar way to a project financing. Maybe it's not the aim is to at least help the balance charts with the finances. So if we want to use our capital in the most optimal way, ESCO models can be helpful so that the company is not burdened in their balance sheet by that financing. So this is a great operational model in that sense, but unfortunately we still have issues, as I tried to mention. Hopefully we can solve these as quickly as we can. I wish that we had some representatives from the ministry here so that they could also say something about it, but I try to talk about this everywhere I go. So we actually have working groups to help us with that. I'd like to invite all of you to those working groups so that we can also get in touch with the ministries, explain them the issues that we face, and hopefully get better results so that we don't experience any roadblocks in financing of these kinds of projects. Okay, that's good. Thank you very much. So my question is, if an industrialist has a project, how will they know if their project is applicable to your financing models, or how do you get in touch with them? So what are the criteria? So the businessmen, industrialists can always get in touch with us directly. A lot of them do. For example, another model would be we have different groups. And these group of companies can also start an ESCO, a company for ESCO, basically, together as well. That's also another idea. So basically, the most appropriate way is that these business people come to us at the initial stages so that we can be aware. All kinds of projects can be financed, but there are certain steps. So if they come to us at the end of everything, sometimes things are difficult because we don't have a lot of things to do. Because we have a lot of conditions. For example, social and environmental aspects are important, licenses have to be there, technical processes have to be complete. These are all processes that take 2-3 months at least. So what we expect is to do that process together. So if they come earlier to us, it would be more useful. So yes, if they come to us at the beginning of their project, it's the best way to go. And ESCO EPC companies, they also communicate with us directly as well. They talk about their projects with us. So what we want to do is, if we can actually overcome the regulatory issues, the ESCO EPC companies can also do more ring-fenced structures. So this way we could have even better solutions. But some of those solutions are not applicable because the regulations currently don't allow. So currently we mostly have corporate loans that we give to these ESCO EPC companies, and that's how it goes. Of course, the ideal models are also available, and the financing. Of course, our wish is to achieve those, but again, we have some way to go in terms of regulations. Okay, thank you very much. So if you have any questions, we have time for questions. I have a question, 2 questions to Mustafa and Şule. First of all, thank you. You talked about some of the different types of contracts, Mr. Mustafa Turan. You mentioned savings shared contracts or fixed contracts. So if a customer wants, why would a customer choose the other ones rather than saving guaranteed contracts? My question is that. My second question is to Ms. Şule Kılıç. In terms of using grants and concession funds, what criteria do you follow to choose the customers? So you have these funds, let's say. How do you choose? Like, do you choose depending on projects, or what kind of criteria do you follow in terms of choosing who will get access to those? So our concession, of course, concession funds are provided by other institutions. They have their own criteria. We are basically the middleman. So they put different criteria. These criteria almost always include being green, or they include something about carbon emissions. Additionally, they also focus on new technology solutions or new technical solutions. Also, they focus on a lot of projects on climate change and climate change adaptation. So when a company comes to us with their project, we look at the project, and if, as long as it is applicable to all the criteria, we immediately say that it is applicable. One of the most popular things currently is that some companies say,
hidrojen kullanmak istiyorum.
I want to use hydrogen
Büyük
now.
yatırım yapmak
Let's say
istiyorum.
and I want to invest in hydrogen. Let's say.
Ekonomik olarak kendini kanıtlamış değil ama o anlamda mesela şu anda Güney Marmara bölgesinde oluşturulan bir platform var. Mesela o bizim için çok güzel bir örnek.
So there's a platform, for example, about that built in the southern Marmara region. And also storage systems, for example, are really popular. And also sometimes they're not proven. So we try to support those investments with these grants. And then one of the also biggest issues of renewables is that compared to fossil fuels or like natural gas, there is no base load. There's no consistent energy. So storage systems are important in that sense. So that's why storage systems are really important. Additionally, for example, technical methods that will help with efficiency. Sometimes, let's say you develop a very small material or a part that maybe reduces consumption of water. Or let's say you develop a new method of production, maybe that with that method you reduce the usage of some sort of material. So they are really important. Or let's say if you have something about circular economy, that's also really important. Recently we have been talking about waste heat and recovering waste heat. And the technical things surrounding that, they are also important. So it doesn't have to be a new technology, it could be a process, it could be a method. All of these are important and all of these can benefit and can get access to these financing methods. So the best way is to start the discussions and start the talks at the beginning as possible. So my answer to your question about contract type is that all contract types, of course, include some sort of risk sharing because end users and also ESCO take risks and there's costs of those risks. So as an ESCO company, I would act more conservatively if I feel the pressure of the bigger risk is on my shoulders. So let's say in an income sharing model, if I'm giving you 25%, let's say, but if I have all the risks, then maybe I will give you 10% instead of 25%. So ESCO companies have to arrange their contracts in a way that they will balance each other. So this depends on the period. Sometimes we are more favorable to certain types of contracts and sometimes we are not. So it depends. Okay, do we have any other questions in the group? One more question at the back. So thank you very much for this event. So my question is, the ESCO model is usually applied more in the completed facilities in Turkey. So before even starting the construction of the facilities, even before you choose the land, can we apply ESCO? This way we can do simulations at the beginning, even before the construction of the facility, so that we can come up with more holistic solutions. What do you think about that? So yes, what you say is the most ideal way, because an ESCO company, especially if they're going to propose a performance guarantee contract type, they have to look at different things. If it's a facility that they haven't designed or they haven't engineered, they would not want to give that kind of contract to a facility like that. But as you mentioned and as you proposed, if they do it that way,
kendi dinamiği gereği olması gereken
it would be much better and much more ideal. And if you do it as you proposed,
üzere uçtan uca çözülmüş
ESCO
yani
can
ne
provide an
sadece
end-to-end solution.
ne sadece uygulamasını yapmak,
So not being limited by the financing or so
bunun tamamı
they can provide a package, end-to-end package that way.
ifade ettiğiniz üzere aslında sistemin dizayn ve tasarımından başlıyor. Yani
And just like you mentioned, it can start from the design of the project, and it's basically that's the ideal way. Thank you very much. It seems like we don't have any additional questions. Thank you very much. We are finishing, we are wrapping up this session. Thank you very much. So we'd like to get a group photo, so can I invite all the morning session speakers and panelists to the stage so that we can get a group photo all together?
Nasılsınız?
Teşekkür ederim. İyiyim. Sen de nasılsın?
İyiyim ben de teşekkür ederim.
Buradasın.
Şimdi öğle yemeğimiz olacak. Saat 14'te tekrar.
So we now have lunch. We will see each other after lunch at 2 o'clock. So we come back at 2 o'clock. See you then.
J'aurais donné les Vous les femmes, vous les charmes, vos sourires nous attirent et nous désarment. Vous les anges adorables, et nous sommes, nous les hommes pauvres et diables. Avec des milliers de roses on vous entoure, on vous aime sans le dire, on vous l'éprouve. On se croit très fort, on pense vous connaître. On vous dit toujours, vous répondez peut-être. Vous les femmes, c'est des I'm not so systematic. It's just that I'm an addict for your love. Nothing I wanna hold you. I never ever should have told you you're my only girl. I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only world. Just think how long I've known you. It's wrong for me to own you. looking for my baby. Been around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know why he's gone away, and I don't know where he can be, my baby. But I'm gonna find him. Ooh, we had a quarrel, and I let myself go. I said so many things he didn't know, and I was so bad. I don't think he's coming back. Mm-mm. He gave the reasons he should go, and he said things he hadn't said before, and he was so mad. And I don't think he's coming back, coming back. I did too much lying, wasted too much time. Now I'm here and crying. I've been around the world and I can't find my baby. I don't know when, I don't know church downtown where Sally prays. Come down sometime, we'll eat a rusty can of corn, yeah, and listen to the radio. I love you, it says, where did your heart go? Did you put it on a train? Did you leave it in the rain? Or down in Mexico? Yeah. Where did your heart go? Did you put it on a train? Did you leave it in the rain? Or down in Mexico? Yeah, yeah, yeah, yeah. You cry, but I don't know. I've seen it all before. There it goes again. The slamming of the doors. Sometimes the river calls me, and at night it calls my name. Said, put your troubles down beside me. Things have always been the same. vez cortó con un cristal ese intenso dolor. Fue entonces que sintió hielo dentro de su corazón. Es tan duro comprobar qué significa nunca más. Allá donde un ángel
yer aldığı bir fuar.
Alanında uzman katılımcılardan oluşuyor. Güzel bir ortam var.
Çok keyifli. Katılım gayet iyi.
Standlar fazla, katılımcı da fazla.
Çeşitlilik güzel.
Kalabalık, yoğun.
I could find really good companies in here. Katılım son derece etkili.
Birçok ülkeden de katılım var.
Özellikle Rusya'dan, Körfez bölgesinden gelenler de oldu.
From European, from Africa, from everywhere.
Çok yoğun görüşmeler yaptık. Çok güzel insanlarla tanışma fırsatı buldum.
Yurt içi ve yurt dışında enerjiyle ilgilenen birçok firmayla beraberdik.
Gelen ziyaretçiler konusunda hakim insanlardı.
Turkey is a beautiful country. Istanbul is a great city, and ICCI is a great conference.
Çok teşekkür ederiz böyle bir fırsat için.
Hepinizi seneye bekleriz.
I'm not so systematic. It's just that I'm an addict for your love. Nothing I wanna hold you. I never ever should have told you you're my only girl. I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only world. Just think how long I've known you. It's wrong for me to own you lock and key. It's really not confusing. I'm just a young illusion, can't you see? I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only girl. I'm not the only one that holds you. I never ever should have told you you're my only world. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Georgia, Georgia, pudding pie. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Kiss the girls and make them cry. Kiss the girls and make them cry.
Yeniden merhaba herkese. Konferansımız ikinci bölümüyle devam ediyor. Oturumlarımıza başlamadan önce ICCI Enerji Fuarları Direktörü Meral Hanım bizimle olacak, bir sunum yapacak, bir bilgi verecek bize. Ama öncesinde ben ufak bir bilgi paylaşmak istiyorum. Bugün konuşmanın başında da bahsetmiştim.
Hello, we are starting our conference now. This is the fourth cogeneration conference. Hopefully every year we'll be able to achieve that. Our targets are every year having this conference in the fall, and in the spring we will have ICA, which is our baby, apple of our eye. Hopefully you will be with us for all that. Now Miss Meral will have her speech. Thank you very much. Now let's see a video which is 1 minute long, then I'll start my speech.
Sektör için takip edilen bir fuar. Enerji sektörünün en tanınmış etkinliklerinden biri. Yine kendini yenilemiş bir fuar. Son derece efektif bir fuar. Sektörün aktif oyuncularının yer aldığı bir fuar.
Alanında uzman katılımcılardan oluşuyor. Güzel bir ortam var.
Çok keyifli, katılım gayet iyi.
Standlar fazla, katılımcı da fazla.
Çeşitlilik güzel, kalabalık, yoğun. I could find really good companies here. Katılım son derece etkili.
Birçok ülkeden de katılım var.
Özellikle Rusya'dan, Körfez bölgesinden gelenler de oldu. From Europe, from Africa, from everywhere. Çok yoğun görüşmeler yaptık. Çok güzel insanlarla tanışma fırsatı buldum.
Yurt içi ve yurt dışında enerjiyle ilgilenen birçok firmayla beraberdik.
Gelen ziyaretçiler konusuna hakim insanlardı.
Turkey is a beautiful country, Istanbul is a great city, and ICCI is a great conference.
Çok teşekkür ederiz böyle bir fırsat için. Hepinizi seneye bekleriz.
Hello again. Now I am Meral Vaysel, and it is my 13th year in ICCI. I am the director of that conference, and we know most of you, of course. Now, I want to talk about what we are doing for ICCI. In the following weeks, we'll have a launch party and announcement. But while we have our important people from the industry, I want to explain the difference that this year will have compared to last. ICCA is evolving in their formats where everybody can find what they require, and ICCI will be transforming again. During that, we will be adding new product groups, smart cities, energy storage, digitalization, AI, e-mobility, hydrogen decarbonization will be included in ICCA, and we will be focusing on all that. And we will be collaborating with stakeholders from the industry, and 2025 will be also different in another way. We will be changing our whole plan, and for example, if you are specifically working on hydrogen, we had been criticized for a very long conference, very long time spent between conferences. Meetings. Of 2024. 2025 ICCI, we are calling the theme Upgrade. So we also want to see all of you in our launch, and we will discuss this more in detail. 2025 is going to be the next version of ICCI, and we realize the transformation in accordance. Between 25 to 26 April 2025, we want to see all of you. There are firms who have doubts and who are discussing participation because everybody is trying to manage their budgets. But for ICCI 2025, we are working very hard, and we want you all to be a part of this as well. Thank you very much for having me in this very valuable event. If you have any question, we have it outside. We would like to host you there as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Miss Meral, for our conference. We'll continue with the session legislation improvements for Cogen. Taksin Yüksel Armağan from of the Cogen Türk, who is the chairman of that board, is going to be the Director and Global Director and Energy Director from Hayat Kimya Sabri Çakmak, Project and Tendering Manager from İltekno Orhan Kahraman, Energy Trade Director in Kazan Soda İbrahim Güven Sindelişik is on the panel. Welcome everybody to this great panel. It's great to be with you all. Now, in past sessions, as you have seen, the biggest issue that we meet is regulations and legislation. Of course, techniques are very important, financing is very important, but organizing all that, even if you were able to do that, you are facing with legislation. This is not new. When you take a look at it in general for cogen, first cogeneration has been had in 1923 in Uşak sugar factory. It has been done by a private initiative, and then it was state supported, and other publicly owned sugar and textile factories also added cogeneration. So energy has been created through that, and electricity and steam, and even in regional energy, they did all that with cogeneration heating for residential heating as well. But public cogeneration has moved forward, but in private industry it is in 1950s soap factory where the Istanbul is today, that they are using cogeneration for their production facilities. They have 50 bar pressure steam tanks, and with that steam, a turbine which is worth 7 megawatts, and for that process about 6 bars. But when factory is not working, they have a second 6 bar turbine, so they have become a cogeneration production facility. Until 85, 3096 numbered law has been legislated, so private industries, cogeneration power plants have actively and rapidly increased in number after that legislation. And since then, we have been talking about legislation and regulation, but since back then, they had some advantages in terms of legislation. Institutions you can discuss about this were limited. Ministry of Energy and Terash, and all those people would just sit around the table, and not with just friends, but after the foundation of our association, secretaries, ministers, and administrators were meeting with us for about issues on administration and legislation. Now, today, those who want to participate in cogeneration are meeting with harder issues, harsher faces, because the institutions, the number of institutions that are working on this have increased. And which regulation are you going to follow? Or some individuals are trying to impose their own ideas as well. So our friends are in this business, and we want to hear about their issues and their solutions that they have found. We will be listening to that in this panel, and I'm sure that after this discussion, of course, our association will also have more information, and actively public institutions will work together with us to solve it. And I am sure of that, because for long years our association, for many subjects, we were able to create solutions, and I believe we will achieve that for this as well. Now let's listen to our friends.
Kimyadan arkadaşımız. Teşekkürler Tasmin. Yani sonra da hem kendimi hem hayat kimyayı
Now, let me introduce Hayat Kimya and myself. Then I will talk about cogeneration. I am Sabri Çakmak. I am working on Hayat Kimya and responsible for directing the global energy employment. We work in 11 different countries, in 3 different continents. We produce and we sell with our own brand. It's a global firm. We have 3 or 4 main lines, which is heavy industry in Kastamonu, fast consumer products, Molfix, consumer products, and also Limash. And again, you must see in the TVs, Hayat Finance is for banking, and I'm responsible for Hayat Chemistry, and Hayat Kimya is working in 8 countries, and 6 of them have cogeneration. And the reason for that is we have an experience. We have started doing that for 2 years, and the biggest thing that we have experienced is because we are also all industrialists, producing where it is and consuming where it is going to be lowering your costs. If you are producing electricity, your cost will lower. Even if it's just water, your logistics cost will be lower. So cogeneration has many different advantages. Always you will have a backup. You are separated from the grid. In some places, grid is working in such a terrible manner. You are not able to work your machines now. Any issue, any wave in the electricity, they have an enormous issue with unstable electricity. So cogeneration allows you to suppress all that issue. But in Turkey currently, it is extremely difficult to decide if you would like to do cogeneration or not. Let's say if you decide today, even before purchasing, natural gas prices change and grid payments come up, so changes in the legislation and pricing is making it extremely difficult to decide for energy. There shouldn't be subvention. Of course, as the state, you can't have 40 or 30% subsidies on electricity. Then you remove it from electricity, you add it to natural gas. So you can't just fix one and destroy the other. You invest on electricity, then heating is problem. Then you invest on that, then other one is problem. So subsidies are extremely negative for our decision-making processes. So stability is required, and energy prices should be free. We can have other subsidies or grants, but you can't just play with the price of energy. And the same issue is also in Egypt as well. We see that, and this is a common issue in developing countries. And the second point is cogeneration. We have to learn to use solar and other renewables in line with it. Of course, natural gas have carbon emissions, and renewables are in our lives, so we have to adapt it as cogeneration. We have to be able to work in a hybrid energy manner with solar panels in our roofs and cogeneration as well. it feels like some people think that regulations disallow you to use solar panels. What the regulations say is that if you are able to sell electricity, you can't have solar panels. If you are going to have solar panels, you can't sell electricity. But we want to be able to see that. We want to be able to lower our cost by solar energy so that we can help future generations and economy right now. So we don't even want the industrials are already doing that. Also the carbon mechanisms, the unknowns in that area is also an issue for us. In conventional systems, the European Union calculations are what we are focusing on, and what they are saying is how much natural gas do you spend in your facility, that is how much carbon that you create. Electricity doesn't matter. So cogeneration facilities, let's say it's a boutique and it's self-sufficient. So we are not purchasing electricity, it's entirely natural gas. Let's say firm A is getting electricity from the grid, so let's say they have 10 units of carbon, but we have 3 units less because we are using cogeneration. So there is an issue about that in regulations, but as association, of course, we are leading in that sense, and I am in the board of directors as well. I'm with the president. I think potash had a natural gas price increase, and we try to move through that process with the least amount of losses for the industry. And for carbon issues as well, my friends are working very hard, and all the regulations that are published by Europe are being followed by us, and I believe we'll have results supporting cogeneration, and we have to work on it. We have to see what we are doing, and we have to focus on solving that. In general, these are the issues that we are experiencing. Thank you very much. My friend Sabri is acting humble. In a sense, Kastamonu back in 90s, they are one of the firms that established cogeneration for the first time back in the 90s. So their know-how and experiences are still the same. So something is definitely missing. The carbon emissions that you have talked about is extremely important, I believe so as well. And we are following Cogenturk altogether, and we will be listening to them after this session as well. So their approach about natural gas burning equals carbon emissions is an issue, but they would have more studies getting ready for solving that issue for cogeneration. Now, founder and installer of that is here as well. What are they facing when building these things? They are outside of financing and commercial issues. They are focusing on engineering and other regulations, and the problem that we see the most is not about electricity or mechanics. We can solve that as an engineer, but if it's building permissions or environmental studies and approvals, there are a lot of blockages that are not clear. So let's hear about what we have been experiencing. Thank you. Thank you very much for creating this platform. I don't think I need to explain who Il Tecnico is. I believe everybody would know about that. Very quickly, to summarize, I am Orhan Karaman and I worked in Borusan for 4 years, and for 9 years I've been in Il Tecnico, and I've been in this industry for 13 years. And as Il Tecnico, we are focusing on engineering side of this, and we have no issues about engineering. But when you take a look at the regulations, unfortunately, at the beginning of the project, we have to share 2 calendars with them. First one is the real calendar. We can complete the system in 6 to 9 months, but for the licensing part, unfortunately, it could be 1 to 2 years. About these things, I have a very simple presentation, and we have unlicensed electric producing plants. We have 3 areas: energy efficiency, environment department, and EDAŞ and EMSAM is the firms also we are working with. For each one, I'm not exaggerating, about 45 to 50 documents are needed for their approval, and we experienced some issues while gathering those as well. And there are some points that can be solved properly, but Mr. Tahsin knows it better than me, so they will share the details, I believe. Now, first of all, at the beginning, we will take an efficiency document, and we'll take it from Energy Efficiency and Environment Department. Then we'll have a process of approval letter from EDAŞ. Then we will have a project approval process with whatever the firm that we are working with. Now we are experiencing specific issues about it. Also, Mr. Mustafa told us that EDAŞ are requiring different things depending on the region. For example, removing transformers and taking them and putting them under tests. These are delaying systems activations, and we are losing a lot of time, from weeks to months for some tests. One of the suggestions that we have for that is, of course, all the transformers are approved by the Minister of Commerce, so we want these approvals to be accepted by the Ministry of Energy as well. I believe that will speed up some time, and beforehand, Mr. Mustafa also talked about it, and we are focusing on that also. And as an association, maybe we can work on that to improve that process. And because the system doesn't have predictability, it is very difficult to counter it. Therefore, there could be a standard for specific approval processes, and we have some unique individual requests as well. So if we can make it into a more stable level where people can foresee what they're expected to do, I think it will be hugely beneficial for this industry. And TEMSAN and TEDAŞ, doesn't matter who, they are asking for changes in building plans, especially around tourism areas. If the planning has been created very long ago, it is extremely difficult to take a look at it. And TEDAŞ should work with us about these plans, and the fact that cogeneration plants are worked alongside these systems are making us take a long time. Hopefully this will be beneficial for our industry. And before that, for structure approvals, we are having a lot of issues, and in structure licenses It is also an issue about processing of cogeneration devices. We met with the ministry and we need to be held separate from construction, and let's say the current building has a permit, but between the municipalities and the government, of course, the mayorship might have some differences, and some programs have been cancelled because of that. So usually chances come after that, and the required maintenance haven't been done. So during the process of evaluation and permits, we are experiencing some specific issues. Let's say, imagine a factory, and the permit also talks about the coordinates. So we also ask for coordinates about where the emblem is. So there could be some kind of improvements. During our processes, of course, this is also having us a huge issue, and we have to have signed documents, physical documents. This could be an issue sometimes for devices to give that. So we are foreseeing that if these documents are signed properly and faxed, I hope they will be accepted for this process as well. And for every application we'll have 45 to 50 documents, and there are issues every time. So these are very small nuances about fixing this issue. Thank you very much, Mr. Orhan. Yes, as we can see, has it been 15 years? The Ministry of Health were to finish the request, and it is still not prepared. Yes, our association, we were also joining that issue. So same issues, same way. So in addition to that, when you research that issue, you can see 72 pages of writing. So is it extremely difficult for generation? And the issue is that we don't have proper regulations and legislation, both for governance and administration. So every new friends were starting working in this industry, they have specific personal demands. If we had a proper written document, maybe we wouldn't have such an issue. Hopefully our association will be activated again about this suspect, and I hope we were able to help you properly work on that issue so that you can do what is necessary. There are some issues that I've been working on, but TEDASH is not allowing us. For example, neutral resistance is what we are talking about. This is so dangerous, but unfortunately we are trying to do street smarts and we turn it off. We are doing all the investments worth tens of thousands of dollars, but somebody has two words that are coming from their lips and it decides on that. Let's listen to our business person. But I want to add a small thing. You would remember that our old friends would have a single big room for these kinds of conferences, and we would have the minister and all the directors of the required departments would come to us, and they would make us work on that and discuss that. But among us currently, we are continuing our movement as a civil society. but your support is extremely important. Go ahead, sir.
Kazansoda Elektrik'te.
This is Ibrahim Güven Sindelışık. I am the Energy Trade Director of Kazan Soda. So our group, Zijan Group, is active in many different aspects. I'd like to talk about our Ciner Group is very active. So our group, Ciner Holding, was established all the way back in 1978. First, it was active in automotive industry, then started working in 1993 in mining industry. So starting from 2007, Ciner got into Turkish media, first establishing a big media group and then buying another one. And throughout this time, our egg soda facility investment started. And then this facility got implemented and became operational later on. Also during the time the group starts to operate in maritime industry as well. So back in 2009. So we basically build another facility and focus on this soda coal. And then the group soda ash basically. Then the group buys another facility in the US for soda ash and becomes a bigger player. So later on in the UK, another company, umbrella company named V Soda was established. Kazan Soda, Etis Soda, Wyoming companies come together, and V Soda Holding is established. And during this period, we developed 2 additional facilities in the US, and we also partnered up with Şişecam. So coming to, basically this is the history. So coming to the soda business, soda ash business, we have 2 active projects. In total, we will have 5 projects, 5 total. The common aspect is that they all will have cogeneration, and the product is what we call soda ash. So this soda ash and also Kazan Soda, our facility, is one of the biggest in Europe in terms of cogeneration. We have 379 megawatts, and it is very efficient. We have about 420 tons of steam production capacity hourly. So after the introduction, I am coming to the legislative improvements. So a lot of the things I will mention actually have been touched upon by the previous speakers as well. I always repeat this in the conferences that I attend to. These definitions, some of the definitions have been removed from the recent legislation, and so that meant that soda ash lost its legislative framework. So in terms of what cogeneration is and the definition of that, legal definitions should be there, and the fact that we don't have that is one of our biggest issues. Sabri Bey also mentioned. So when you want to do something, they say, and they look at the regulation and they say you can't do this because you're a producer, but you are also an consumer. But then they say, okay, you're a consumer, but you're not a producer. So they always find a way to reject. They always look at from the perspective that we will be rejected in the regulation. So because there are no clear definitions in the legislation, everyone is having issues as a group. What we think the most important thing is that the legislation should be changed, improved, so that the cogeneration definitions and framework should be clearly defined and licenses should be available. You can look at it from different ways. You can look at it from the efficiency angle, capacity usage angle. Doesn't matter, but some people are rejected because they have lower installed capacity. Some of them are rejected because they have low efficiency, because the measurements are only done on the framework of energy production. They don't calculate other things, and that gives you a very low efficiency when they calculate it like that. And there are also issues in terms of improvements, but we can improve. We have connection and system usage costs. Previously, Orhan Kahraman also mentioned this before me. So basically, the decisions are different for everyone, depending on the government official who made the decision. So in terms of investments, yes, we want to do the investments. There are some things that we have to be aware of, though. So the electric power prices and natural gas prices should be what they should be. So not low, not high, but exactly what they should be. And we have to be able to foresee those prices. And again, the legislation's definitions should be clear, transparent, and proper. And lastly, correct emission calculations are important. Hopefully, a very positive regulation will be developed on that. So what they do now is the emissions of a facility is dependent on the amount of gas they get. So you see some numbers here for Kazan soda. You will see that we produce about 2.1 million megawatts of electricity energy yearly. And you will see the numbers we produce using different methods. So looking at the gas usage and boilers, and in terms of reducing carbon emissions, the calculations change, but for example, the electricity, the power we give to the grid, and looking at the averages, you get another 400. So in the first scenario and the second scenario, you see the differences in the different cogen applications. And here you see
Ama karbon sıfır var.
The totals, for example, in the third electric boilers, the total is 1.7 million,
Elektriği gerçekten yenilenebilir
and
enerji
it's
kaynaklarından temin edebiliriz. Bunu yapabiliriz.
carbon neutral.
Ama 2026'da değil, 2030'da değil. Eğer biz
So the electricity can really be
bunu ikame edip bu değişiklikleri yapabiliyorsak bu doğrudur.
can be gotten from renewables, but in the future.
Jenerasyon tesisi yapmak gibi önümüze konuyor. Bence hem ulusal aralarda hem uluslararası aralarda bunu hep beraber dile getirmemiz lazım. Buradaki
So we have to talk about these scenarios. The third scenario here, of course, is the right scenario, but this can also be problematic for us. So to quickly try to sum up, if we get into this, we may have to close down the cogeneration facilities. So with that said, coming to the end now. Okay, so thank you very much. You mentioned some really important subjects.
Belki ufak tefek bazı şeyler düşmüş olabilir. Ben hatırlatayım size. Böyle dışarıdaki konuşmalarımızda söylüyorum. Şimdi proseste doğal gaz kullanıyoruz.
And in the process, if you are using natural gas, so when you also use natural gas for electricity production, they will combine that and give you pricing. But so that means you buy natural gas at a higher price. In terms of connectivity, connection contracts, you would remember, some of you would remember, especially in institutions that are connected to the system, you have to pay system usage fees, even for the energies that you produce. And we have also prevented a lot of wrong applications in many big firms. Of course, cogeneration is not only important in terms of economics, but there are also other benefits. For example, there are problems that happen in the production process. In Chorlu, for example, an Indian firm named Polyplex have really important investments. They produce thin films. They said they will come to Turkey, but if they can't produce with cogeneration, we won't be able to come because we can't work otherwise. So then we activated that, and then the company came and made serious investments in Turkey. We also consider like microgrids and other applications, and they can't only be possible with wind and solar. So cogeneration should be more and more widely available. Otherwise, how are you going to build decentralized systems? So the importance of cogeneration we have been talking about for years now, going back to the beginning of the 90s. We have been trying to explain cogen and what it is, and we try to fix and improve wrong applications. So if you have any last words, we can get them. Otherwise, if you have a few quick questions, we can get them. I'd like to make an addition. Thank you very much for especially talking about our current problems. We had a lot of issues before, but now we have new issues adding on top of these.
gerçekten sanki
emission exchange system is doing a lot of things wrong, almost in a way that punishes cogen. And what we saw was that in the European Union Energy Directive, they have actually made a separation for that. For CHP and cogeneration facilities, there are different calculations in Europe. So if you are producing your own electricity and heat in your own facility, and if you are using more natural gas because of that, there are actually two articles in the legislation in Europe to prevent that. So we were actually getting those translated for Turkish ETS. That section was missing. So we have been working with Emre Aracan specifically, and we took that section specifically out. Now we are actually sending that to the ministries of energy, Ministry of Trade, and also Ministry of Environment, Urbanism as well. So we also try to attend to those meetings that we organize at the ministries. So basically in Europe they have additional clauses in the legislation that specifically focuses on cogeneration. So we have to follow up on that to make this situation better for all of us. Okay, thank you very much. All the speakers here made great summaries. I thank them all. So yes, this will be something that we should follow up on ministries. Thank you very much. One more question at the back. Hello everyone, this is Hüseyin Karayağız. I am one of the recent members to the team from RPG Energy. I am the chairman of the board. So we did a project together with Hayat Kimya in terms of waste to heat energy project. So, but we hit a wall. In the Ministry of Industries framework, there's actually a mark that excludes our project. So recently in Turkey we have been talking about this concept of impact, acting as an impact agent. So it is clear that natural gas sellers, they want to prevent these developments so that they can sell more natural gas. And these kinds of preventions and roadblocks should be some of the things that we should talk more about, especially in the perspective of Cogen Türk.
kesmek için o kadar akıllı insan çalışıyor. Karşı tarafta diyeceğim. Yani etki ajan devamında. Biz de farklı ajan şeklinde çalışmamız lazım. Yani bu işi
So we have to focus more on this so that we don't get blocked in terms of our activities. Thank you very much. I wanted to add this. Yes, we did an R&D effort with Hüseyin Bey. We supported that. And we have this 75 kilowatt device prototype that has been working for 4 months now. Our next project is going to be a facility in Mersin. So the thing is, now in cogeneration we burn natural gas, and the differences and imbalances in prices puts us in a position to be really careful about finances. So in this project we actually had some heat left over in the chimneys. We started using that, but it can be used in the summer, but efficiency drops after that. So we were considering on what we can do about this, and we were interested in ORC systems at the time. So we met with Mr. Hussein and we looked at their product that they're developing domestically. So their solution is a local solution. The price, their prices was really competitive. So at first we had some difficulties, but we worked together with them, and now it works much better. And I think it will be a new initiative that will be very beneficial, and I think it will be a great export product for the country. Okay, thank you very much then. So we are coming to the end of this session. I think the next session will be Thank you very much. So before we move on with the next session, we have a small warning. So we have one vehicle that parked in the wrong place. License plate is announced, so 34 TZE 68. If you are the owner of this vehicle, please see us. So the next session will be named Cogeneration Europe Outlook. So the moderator will be Cogenetic Chairman Mr. Yavuz Aydın, and then we have panelists, Mr. Hans Kortevek, from the Managing Director of Cogen Europe. We have Andras Pap, Chairman of Cogen Hungary, Jiri Jansa, Board Member of Cogen Czech, and also Mihai David Jr., the President of Cogen Romania. All the panelists and our moderator is invited to the stage. So in this session, this will be named Cogeneration European Outlook. First, we have an online connection. Mr. Hans Korteweg, the Managing Director of Cogen Europe, is going to connect and he will make a presentation, an online presentation. He will talk about net zero goals of Europe and what role cogeneration can play towards that. He will talk about a report that was prepared on this subject. This report was presented to the European Union Energy Commission. He will inform us about that, and then we will have another discussion with my three panelists here representing different countries from Europe.
I'm very happy to see you around us. And now, before we start our communication, our chat, we will have Hans Korteweg to give a short presentation from Brussels. Hans Korteweg bağlandı mı? Hello Hans. Can you hear us? We see you. Hans? Bizi duyamıyor galiba. Communication problem solved. Let's start talking with you. Okay. Now, I will already we have communicated, and I want to get perspective and outlook from your countries in terms of cogeneration. What has been going on in the cogeneration and CHP sector in the last 3 years? What is today's situation compared with the existing total installed capacity versus cogeneration capacity? And in the second run, I would like to get your opinion about future of cogeneration in your specific country. Okay. So let's start with Roland. Okay. Roland, you are from
Cogen, Hungary. Yeah, thank you very
Cogen,
much.
Hungary. Okay.
We made some slides for you, so maybe.
Roland'ın sunumunu alalım.
So it's 3 or 4 slides about the Hungarian situation, but sharing it with you. Yeah, thank you very much. So the first slide is about the Hungarian overall built-in capacity in power. You can check in the last 10 years, the capacity in Hungary increased significantly, but unfortunately not the cogeneration built-in capacity increased, but the renewables and especially the PV itself. Somewhere in 2013 or 14, the Hungarian government decided to subsidize the PV installations, and since then, approximately 7.8 gigawatt capacity came to the grid, which is very, very huge amount of capacity in the Hungarian manner, because the overall built-in capacity and the overall consumption is roughly 10 gigawatts. And that's why it's a kind of tricky situation how to handle this situation. Formerly, before this regime, the cogeneration was subsidized, and based on that, 1.5, 1.6 gigawatt cogeneration unit came to the grid. Unfortunately, in Hungary, all the cogeneration assets are feeding heat into the district heating grid, and that's why it's not so economical to use them for heating perspectives, because in Hungary, in the last 13 years, the cogeneration and the heating part is regulated, and unfortunately, the revenues, the returns are maximized in a very, very small level of incomes, and that's why owners has been focusing on. It's a tricky situation that the overall efficiency could reach more than 80% when we can utilize the heat and the power parallelly. But in Hungary, we are under 60%, so 60, based on the fact that we are using a kind of power optimization for wholesale market, for ancillary services and similar aspects. And that's why it's very, very, let's say, tricky situation in Hungary. We cannot utilize all the heat we produce. But based on the fact that, and I would like to show the same, so it's a kind of percentage of the overall consumption. But on the next slide, you can check what about the district heating part. So in Hungary, we have roughly 30 terajoules capacity in the district heating grids. We have more than 100 district heating operations, networks separately, and roughly the half of the production are coming from cogeneration. So this is the good news that we're still on this part, producing a relatively high amount of heat towards the district heating companies, but it used to be more than 70%, roughly 75%. Before the subsidy stopped in 2011. And unfortunately, at the moment, we are facing some challenges, and just to turn a little bit to the question you raised secondly, in Hungary, the renewables are subsidized and is going to be subsidized in the near future, and as cogeneration is out of this game, we are not going to be subsidized in our thinking. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Roland. Now, connection oldu mu?
Do we have a...
Okay. Let's continue with Yiri answer. Okay, Yiri, you are from the Czech Republic, so Czechia, and thank you for joining us today. And both member of Cogen Czech and representative of TEDOM, it's to roll together. Please give us some brief information about the evolution of cogeneration and CHP in Czechia, and specifically recently we heard some big campaign about modernization of old CHP systems in Czechia with the support of European Union, some additional financial support. So please give us some information about that current situation, last 3 years and today's situation. And in the second phase, I will ask you continue your expectation for next near term. Okay?
Sure. First of all, thank you very much for invitation. I'm speaking here on behalf of Cogen Czech Republic. I'm from company Tedom, but I has been nominated from chairman of Cogen Czech to tell you more on behalf of Cogen Czech Republic. There has been big changes in Czech Republic. We have been waiting 2.5 years for notification of the support for cogeneration from European Commission. This finally happened in the middle of this year, which was calmed down for the industry. Everyone was assuming that we will get this notification, but it was prolonged, and finally we received it this year. Regulatory office issued the subsidies based on the green bonus. Unfortunately, only for year 25. So we need to go one circle again and get a notification from European Commission for years 26, 27, and 28. We hope it wouldn't take 2.5 years again, because otherwise we will be already in 26, which is very important to have it earlier. We see that the long-term and predictable framework is important to keep the industry satisfied and counting with some long-term return on investment. Cogeneration is a technology that is not for 1 year. We are calculating for 15 years, and the long-term future and level playing field is important. So last 2-3 years has been in terms of waiting. We trust that cogeneration will play integral part during the phase out from coal. Europe is facing that we are facing same issues like you in Turkey here. We are having more and more renewables connected to the grid, which is intermittent sources, and they need to have some kind of flexibility. For this purpose, cogeneration is a key. And we trust that with the reasonable support of cogeneration, we need to have this technology to balance the grid for the future. We had the same assembly like this in Czech Republic last week. About 200 energy experts assembled and discussed about coal phase out, flexibility, and we see that last 2 years, there was a significant change and improvement with the balancing services. There is more than 50 aggregators of flexibility in Czech Republic that are combining not only cogeneration unit, but all the other sources that can provide very flexible balancing of the energy network. Now I can get to the presentation very quickly. How does it work? This is the market size of Czech Republic. You see on the blue columns the size by number of pieces. Is the bigger column, around 70 pieces of CHP sold every year. In megawatts is the lower columns, around 30 megawatts annually. I put out the big turbines because it will distort the columns. Lower you can see in the green columns the biogas market. We see quite stable situation, but expectation is that there will be growth in the next years if we will get the notification from European Union. The system of support from Czech Republic is supporting units up to 1 megawatt in form of green bonus, which is kind of feed-in premium, valid for 15 years. Why it's subsidized? Because in Czech Republic we have, and it was similar what Ron said, that we have a lot of production and electricity from coal power plants, so we need to subsidize more efficient and less emittent pollutant solutions to provide the electricity and heat to the grid network. By that, we are saving CO2, which is a really important measure, and we have this support scheme in force from 2005, so it's a long-term durability, and we expect to continue. One thing that will be important is change role of CHP. saving the fuel and relying on another equipment, another technologies, and burning the gas, still fossil fuel, but much, much cleaner than coal, only in the years and hours, I would say, that are necessary. So basically in the winter period. Currently, the supported run hours are around 3,000 run hours, but we think that it will be shortened to around 2,000 run hours to really winter season. Here are the charts showing how we are subsidizing individual technologies, so different scales for small cogen up to 200, up to megawatt and above 1 megawatt. From 1 megawatt upwards, we are using right now auction system, and you see that the line was going down except the crisis year where electricity went up, which resulted in the situation where we shouldn't support that much the CHPs. And the future outlook. This is from National Energy and Climate Plan categorization of the individual slots of cogen, where we are counting on decommissioning of coal, on the new CHPs and biogas and waste treatment plan, on the exchange of the, let's say, boilers, firing nature gas to more efficient cogen and micro CHP. So that's all from my side. Final statement, the cogen is key to back up renewables. Without cogen, in the next 10 or 15 years, we do not have better solution. We are talking about hydrogen, but no one's seen it in the pipeline right now, so we need to rely on the proven solution, and that's cogeneration.
Okay, thank you very much. Just for one moment, can you return back to geri alır mısınız? The last table, the last one. Yes, this one. So this is a great showing the expectation and projection towards 2030, and it shows a really good solid plan. So basically, it gives the indication and the expectation and make your plan accordingly. So while doing this, in which area the most supported area? District heating or industrial or other areas of CHP usage?
I think both. The most critical will be district heating because we know that they cannot phase out that quickly from the coal, and CHP has big advantage. I mean, CHP in the segment up to 5 megawatt, it can be built very quickly. We are not talking about combined cycles. The permission procedure is taking 5-10 years, but the CHP up to 5 megawatt single package, I mean, so it can be stacked up to 50 megawatts, can be commissioned in 3 years' time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry, and they still have a competitive advantage because of the EU ETS, so they do not have to pay for the CO2 emissions.
For the moment.
At the moment,
right.
Yeah, till
you speak about ETS
till a 6-year horizon, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now we have also another Cogen Romania president, Mihai David, if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly.
Yes.
Mihai David? Okay, good, thank you.
Very much.
So, Mihai, thank you very much for joining us also. And Romania, after joining the European Union, in most of the areas, of course, there have been so many, improvements, development, whatever, but we are now more focused and interested in the energy sector and specifically the combined heat and power. So in the CHP, combined heat and power area, what is the current situation in Romania, and how do you expect to happen in near future?
So, as we are used to us, we woke up lately. We entered the European Community later, and we have went from a difficult economic situation because we have managed to destroy most of the industries that we have inherited from the former time by modernizing everything, yeah, and taking the new pills of the new world and the new Europe. And we woke up seeing that we have replaced huge industrial sites with shopping malls and new neighborhoods with blocks, apartments. From this point of view, and I didn't want to present you this time figures, because it's a really boiling soup in the past 1.5 years on the subject. We have around 1,400 megawatts installed power into the CHP systems in Romania. We are looking to double this in the next 3 to 4 years. The potential is there. Now that we made a lot of application for a modernization fund that is based on the green certificates that the state have received, and they sold it, and they created this fund in order to modernize the CHP sector in Romania. And I've told you it's a lot of work around it. Everybody is coming up with projects. Each bigger mayory is filling up for either to replace the pipelines, either to bring more cogeneration units into place. Most of the big cities, they started to do this. Unfortunately, we are not speaking about heat storage for the moment. Then we will wake up also on the subject a bit later than normally, because I do think in the most important role of the heat storage. All of us, we have the same problems. The consumption curve is it's a nightmare. The production of the prosumers and the guys with the solar panels, it's burning all the calculations, and we are trying to cope with the situation. Nothing is different. The only thing which is different for us is that we came late into the subject. So we woke up later, so now we have a lot of problems to solve in a very short period of time. Unfortunately, exactly in the middle of the turmoil, we have elections for the parliament and for the president. So now all the media and everybody is with the eyes on the TVs, and they swallow day by day what was served by everybody who's interested in the subject. You don't see a clear sight on what will come for the next period of time. Of course, that we swallow the documents coming from Brussels, not chewed, and as we chew it on its subject, the lamp is going on and say, okay, this is wrong, this is not good for us. This is like with the hydrogen. Hydrogen came into the loop. Ursula von der Leyen talked about it for years. Big companies, Western companies, started to talk on the subject. Then we realized that for us it will be too expensive, which we have thought from the beginning, that an economy like Romania cannot support to change the vector of the energy from natural gas, having the biggest resource in European community, to the very nice hydrogen. We cannot afford it. Full point. I mean, we don't speak about Germany. I'm very curious to find out in spring, after this turmoil that they have on the market, how they can afford it starting with 2025 on, because up to now they were the big guys. We'll see how will come after this economic crisis. And all of these subjects needs expertise, needs brain, needs patience, needs a lot of calculation.
And money.
And the mother of the money. So we are not in the position to do it. Absolutely clear. On the other hand, I am not hopeless, clearly, because this is our job to fight for this every day and to talk to the communities. A big difference comparing with Turkey, comparing with the Czech Republic, is that we do not have a lot of we do not have any longer a lot of industrial cogeneration.
Okay.
Because we switched the base from heavy industry to a sort of lighter industry. At the beginning was a very good idea. But now I do think that we woke up and we understood that a country with an economy like Romania needs the heavy industry back. We do have a huge potential from the natural gas point of view, as we have the biggest resources in Europe, and we started to have also the infrastructure for this. Yeah, so I do foresee in the next 5 years a coming back of the heavy industry and the coming back of the industrial cogeneration. Yeah? Into the CEP for heating systems, in the past 3 years, we have learned a lot and we have came a long way into modernizing things. Bucharest is one of the biggest network in Europe for district heating. Okay. And we have poured some hundreds of millions of euros into the rehabilitation, modernization of this. And we hope that cannot be done. I mean, it's so big that cannot be done in 2-3 years. It's a question of maybe 5 to 7 years to modernize it. But we started. And also in the big cities, they have step by step coming to the idea that district heating is a much better solution than having everybody in his own apartment, the very nice central on gas, so he's independent. Yeah, this independence will cost, starting with 2025, I suppose, a lot of money, because ETS2 is on the way, as we know from Brussels, and this means starting with 0 megawatts thermic power, you start to pay the certificates. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I do foresee that how before they were throwing the television sets through the window when they lost in the European Champion or in World Cup, they will throw through the windows the centrals, the gas centrals, yes, yes. Because it will cost them much more than the benefits of the central heating. But this was the fashion, yeah? This was the fashion. Everybody wanted to be independent, everybody ought to be sure that he starts and top. Gas was not so expensive, but this will change forever in Europe.
Yeah, but of course, all of those 3 countries, Romania, Czechia, and Hungary, are well established about the district heating of cogen. Therefore, the heat pipelines already established. Therefore, the only need is to modernize the power generation and heat generation systems.
I don't want to surprise you, but we have mayors, they took out everything. Yeah,
okay.
In big cities, they wipe out all the system.
I ask this question to both of you, Roland and Mihai. Do you expect something similar, a kind of support scheme from European Union to modernize your existing CHP systems in Hungary or in Romania?
We have been trying to lobbying this kind of task for a while in Hungary, together with the district heating companies, but unfortunately we failed so far. So at the moment in Hungary, as I mentioned, the renewables are on the table. Geothermal production, biomass, biogas production, and PVs as a kind of power generation. And in the near future, it's going to be still on the table. So I checked the legislation possibilities in the very near future, and it's going to be renewables as well.
Okay.
We have in Romania a scheme since 2010. Unfortunately, we haven't had a lot of megawatts built on this scheme. The scheme is valid, was prolonged up to 2032, but it's more like megawatts on it. Now, lately, the new politicians coming into force after 2010, 12, something like that, They prefer to make, this is a scheme based on OPEX, not on CAPEX.
Yeah.
But now all of the guys, they are looking to CAPEX scheme, yeah? So, ease the hurdle at the beginning of investment, yeah? And let the guys there manage the mountain of iron that they have bought with a lot of money. Also, Europe understood that it's simple, yeah? It's like to give banana to monkeys, yeah? You give money to the guys, they spend in Europe, we take the money back, yeah, and they let them manage with the tons of iron there. Yeah, the OPEX scheme was very wise because you make the effort at the beginning, you buy the technology, and then they help you on the OPEX side during operation step by step. Yeah. Now, if they give you a mountain of money and you buy the NASA rockets, yeah, what you do after 3 years when you realize you cannot afford to move them, yeah. And that's because they come up with a lot of subsidies from the mayorship and this and that. And you have all kinds of mayors, yeah? Once they went to school, yeah, part of them, not all of them, yeah? Okay, the ones, they look to district heating like to a cost, not like a level of civilization. They still have in mind the idea that CHP is heat for the poor guys. Yeah, which is a problem of mentality. We need time. It's not so easy. You know, in 1989, we had somebody, one of the biggest economists by that time that we had, communist one, of course, and told us will take more than 20 years, yeah, to understand what free market means. Everybody says that an idiot, he doesn't understand everything, an old communist. Yeah? We are 34 years down the road. We are not still half on the way.
That's right. Now, it's kind of ironically, Denmark is the country who is using the district heating, CHP, the most and the most established.
More than 100 years ago, in 1912, they have a huge fire in Copenhagen. And the king have asked the wise guys of the country, do something, you don't make the fire in each house. Yeah, it's more than 100 years they started.
So currently they are one of the richest country in the world, very high GDP per capita. They are not communist, and but they are using the most efficient district heating system in the world. So it's lessons learned. And another ironic situation is that today our some government state officials invited, originally planned to be here, they are currently visiting Denmark to see their district heating system.
Good option.
And they are developing some projects together, but we expect that our heat law will be coming soon.
We have a very good relation with DBDH. It's the Danish Board of District Heating. And we have had, we have organized in the past 3 years, 2 times, 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago and 2 months ago, a common conference in Romania where we brought all the Danish companies into the field of CHP, talking to the Romanian companies and explaining them new technologies and this and that. We keep a very close contact with DBDH. And fortunately, all the Europe will have the commissioner on energy coming from Denmark. Yeah, so we have big hopes that the next executive in Brussels will look to this subject in a more balanced way than up to now.
Yes, thank you. Yağmur, is Hans connected? Okay, please, let's have him together with us. Hans, sorry about keeping you waited. I hope you can hear you now. Can you open your voice? Another problem again? No? We don't hear you.
We cannot hear him.
Ne oldu? Gene olmadı mı? Bu bizim mikrofonlarda mı problem?
Is it an issue about our microphones or is there a connection issue?
Yapamıyor muyuz? Olmuyorsa...
Are you not able to fix it? If there are any questions, we can receive the questions. We are also over our time. We will be talking about innovations in the next session. If you have any questions, we can get the questions. The speak.
Just, it's not a question, but...
Açık.
Türkçe soracağım. Prag'ı
What is your main income? And they are selling electricity because they have a lot of nuclear power plants. So you are selling electricity from nuclear power plants, so it should be cheap. So even though you have cheaper electricity, is it still better to use cogeneration? And the second question is, in an old truck factory that you found, you had production from gas engines. I realized that in the screens, I asked the engineers and asked them if they are following energy prices, and they said, no, we are not following the energy prices. It is already known. We are taking a look at carbon emissions for subsidies. Because if it falls, we are not going to use the gas, we are going to stock the gas. Currently in our country, this doesn't exist, such subsidies for gas. I wanted to know if it continues for you.
The first question was related because you have nuclear power plants and the electricity prices are not so high, reasonably lower, and that's the first question. And the other question was regarding a landfill power plant, small gas engine landfill power plant at one of truck manufacturing facility. So they were observing from the screens the emission levels, and depending on the emission levels and electricity prices, they either store or generate power, something like that. So that's actually, it's a kind of your view. How is it going on today? Start with the nuclear versus CHP.
For sure. Actually, we do not have low prices. We are on the European market, so it's all interconnected. And even though we have some nuclear power plants, we are having the market prices on the single European market. We trust to the nuclear. That's the reason why we set up the tender for the new 2 blocks and with the option for enlarging 2 blocks. So that's a governmental project, the biggest investment in the new age of Czech Republic, which is now preliminary given to Korean company. And we would like to build new blocks of nuclear power plants.
Okay, just a moment. Hans, can you hear us now?
I can hear you, but can you hear me?
Okay, thank you very much. Sorry, Yiri, while we manage the problem, let's give the floor to Hans. Hans Korteweg is the Managing Director of Cogen Europe and also Executive Director of the Cogen World Coalition. So, Hans, please go ahead. Sorry for keeping you waited.
No problem. I'll try to give an abridged version of my presentation, given the technical difficulties. And well, first of all, good afternoon, and it's a pleasure and honor to address this distinguished audience. Special thanks to Cogen Turk and to Yavuz in particular for the invitation. Please accept my apologies for not being there in person and the technical difficulties. I actually shortened my presentation as we were working through the technical difficulties, but just to paint the picture, in Europe today, electricity generation represents about 11-12% of the electricity produced and around 15-16% of the heat produced. And we know that there is the technical and economic potential to at least double the share of electricity, and you add an additional 10% to the heat production with the right policies in place. And of course, we've gone through several policy cycles in Brussels with the clean energy package, and now most recently the green energy deal, more specifically the Fit for 55, which was recently agreed, which basically updated over 50 pieces of EU legislation, including the Energy Efficiency Directive. Of course, now we're in a new political cycle. So there is a renewed emphasis, let's say, on industrialization or reindustrialization, and there's a lot of discussion about the Clean Industry Act that is coming out, and let's see how that will impact cogeneration in Europe. It's been relatively stable for the last 15, 20 years, stable in the sense that electricity consumption has gone up, or energy consumption has gone up, and the share of CHP, electricity and heat production has remained stable. There's about 130 gigawatt of installed CHP in Europe. Almost half of that is district heating, and 70% of district heating in Europe is actually produced with CHP. And then the other half is industry, and about 90% of industry is actually, or energy-intensive industries are using CHP for their processes today. Moving to the next slide. Of course, following the European elections in June, the next 5 years will be crucial for building a prosperous, competitive, and sustainable Europe, meaning our homes, schools, hospitals, businesses, and industry will need a comprehensive EU strategy that will secure both access to affordable and clean electricity and heat. Energy obviously is essential to all Europeans and must remain a key priority in the next legislative term that will take place over the next 5 years. It goes without saying that the cleanest and cheapest energy is the energy that one does not consume. Our planet, people, and the economy can no longer afford to waste energy more so than it has done now. And that's why energy efficiency is a prerequisite in that sense for Europe to deliver on its ambitious goals of the European Green Deal, whilst also tackling things like energy poverty and safeguarding our industry's competitiveness. So with the elections and the new European Parliament and soon the new European Commission, Cogen Europe is calling upon these incoming European policy makers to support the development of increasingly integrated, efficient, resilient, and decarbonized energy system that meets the needs of Europe's citizens, communities, businesses, and industries. So in order to achieve that, the EU must prioritize 5 key points, which you see on the screen. Cost-competitive approach to decarbonization, an energy-efficient Europe, a resilient and flexible renewables-driven Europe, a prosperous Europe for citizens and industry, and a European industrial deal that fosters net zero leadership. At Cogen Europe, we created a comprehensive policy priority document that we've actually already been sharing with members of the European Parliament since they were elected in June, and also sharing this with the European Commission and hopefully soon the new European Commissioners themselves once they've gone through the hearings in the European Parliament. And this is just a high-level overview of the document itself, going into more detail. Of course, a cost-effective approach to decarbonization means deploying net zero solutions on the path to carbon neutrality, cogeneration. Ambitious policies and financing is needed, and I'm just listening intently to our members in the Czech Republic, Hungary, and then Romania. Financing will be key, especially if we want to revitalize industries in Europe. We need a diverse mix of low carbon and renewable energy sources. Everyone is pushing for renewable fuels, but the supply chain is not ready. We know that green hydrogen is not there yet. Biomethane is not there yet. There are EU goals in place, but even if the EU were to reach those goals by 2030, there still isn't sufficient supply chain development to produce the volumes of green gases that everyone needs. And there's obviously a lot of competition between transport, between hard to decarbonize industries and so forth. So we still are looking for that development. Energy efficiency technologies, energy storage will be key for cogeneration, especially in the future, as cogeneration will evolve and become a more flexible form of power generation with the help of energy storage, especially on the district heating side, but even industry may consider flexibility and find new ways to monetize ancillary services that comes with that flexibility. And we need to continue to integrate heat and electricity and gas infrastructure. We need a more energy efficient Europe, that's clear. Energy efficiency is spoken by all politicians, but very little is done in terms of implementation. So we need to continue to prioritize cogeneration. We need to foster energy savings. Energy savings, and then we need a hybridization and system efficiency. When it comes to foster energy savings, we need to apply the energy efficiency first principle across the entire value chain, not just focusing on final energy savings, but also on supply side efficiency and diminishing the losses through the distribution and transmission and distribution of energy. We need to continue to reward efficient use of primary energy and resources. And this is a key role for cogeneration to play. And of course, we need to promote smarter ways to produce and consume energy. And digitalization will certainly, and AI will have an important role to play in that respect. We need a resilient and flexible renewables-driven Europe. So that means we need an integrated approach to energy systems across all energy vectors. We need to stop looking at things from a helicopter approach and really look at the local and regional dimensions and see what is the best form of technology or technologies that can plug and play in the most efficient and economic and clean way possible. For a prosperous Europe for citizens and industry, we need to continue to empower citizens and businesses, and we need to give them the right tools to do that as well. So there is an importance for local and clean and secure energy, so local and distributed energy power generation. And of course, we need to continue to support SMEs and our industry. Of course, we'll hear a lot about the European Industrial Deal, fostering net zero leadership. So we need to continue to support the innovation of investments in proven energy and efficiency and renewable energy solutions. So innovation and investment in energy efficiency, preserve and grow net zero industries in Europe. There's a lot of homegrown know-how and technology in Europe and should be mastered. These are 4 case studies that we've actually shared with policymakers, and they're just excellent examples of existing technologies that are already looking to the future. So to my left, you have an example in Germany using a hydrogen engine. In Poland, you have an example of a local energy system developed by Veolia, which is integrating waste heat recovery with large heat pump and cogeneration. In Brescia, Italy, they're using the excess heat industry from industrial processes, power an on-site cogeneration facility. And then to the right, you have an example in the Czech Republic where a farm meets its own energy needs by producing biogas from waste and using that in a CHP. And then finally, looking at the growth pathway for cogeneration, I already mentioned that today it's 11% electricity and 16% heat. If you look at purely CHP in Europe represents about 20% of the thermal production, which means there's another 70% out there that is inefficient only generation or inefficient old boilers. By 2040, we would like to see CHP representing about 40% of the thermal power generation and about 50% of the non-electric heat, and that is heating produced sorry, heat demand for buildings, industry, and district heating that cannot be electrified. Obviously, there's a lot of discussion about electrification and the role it has to play. There's still a lot of open discussion, let's say, about the costs and the resiliency of the system in place, and we see CHP playing an important role in that respect. So we're hoping to see about 50% of the non-electrified heat being borne by CHP, and by 2050, we would like to see at least half the thermal power generation in Europe coming from CHP, and 70% of the non-electric heat coming from CHP as well. If you want to know more about cogeneration from a European perspective, I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't promote our upcoming annual conference, which is taking place in Brussels on the 14th of November. You can find much more information on the Cogen Europe website. And we'll be having speakers from the European Parliament, the European Commission, end users, and also technology providers in terms of new and innovative solutions for CHP. So if you're interested, please visit the Cogen Europe website. And with that, I thank you all for your attention. And again, apologies for going last, not first. This was much more of a high-level overview. But I appreciate your attention and the opportunity to address you all this afternoon. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Hans. Thank you. And with your permission, if you can share your slides, we would be happy to share with our audience. Okay?
We'll do that, and I'll share the policy document as well.
Yes,
policy document.
Yes, thank you very much. Okay. Çok teşekkürler.
So thank you very much. Due to the technical issue, we actually completely finished our time and even surpassed it. So let's immediately skip to the next session to make up for the lost time. We also have a networking cocktail, keep in mind. We only have one session left before that, and this last session is going to be really exciting as well. It will be about innovations for the future of cogeneration.
Participation. Okay, let's...
Thank you.
Okay. And I will just share with you a small box of chocolate. Remember us and take a photo together.
Thanks.
Tamam. Teşekkürler. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Başlayacağız.
oteller ve alışveriş merkezleri. Şimdi bizimle irtibata geçin. TRES uzmanlığıyla tesisinizde yapacağımız ücretsiz keşif ardından en verimli enerji performans çözümlerini size hiç maliyeti çıkarmadan hayata geçirmeyi biz üstlenelim. Siz de evinizin ısı veya karşılayarak enerji giderlerinizden başlayın. Harekete geçin.
The session will be named Innovation. So I invite Energy Efficiency Manager from Enerjisa, Mr. Gökhan Gündoğdu. He's going to be the moderator of this session. I also invite N-Power General Manager, Mr. Korkmaz, Automation and Engineering Lead, Şenol Canım, EcoStar General Manager, Mr. Cem Özyıldırım, and also RePG Energy Chairman, Mr. Hüseyin Karayıldız, and lastly, Texaco Lubricant Technical Development and Productivity Expert, Mr. Oktay Eker, to the stage. Okay, distinguished guests, welcome to the last panel of the day, also the busiest panel. We have 6 people on stage total, so let's keep to time to make it to the end of the day. So we talked about the importance of cogeneration throughout the day. We talked about the importance of being carbon neutral and how cogeneration can help with that. So with cogeneration, we can actually do different applications. Important cogeneration. If you include tree generation, it becomes even more diverse. So when we talk about cogeneration, many of us think gas motors, gas engines first. So because of that, I will leave the floor to our first speaker, Mr. Andrea Pivatello. He's going to be joining us online.
Nice to meet you. Thanks.
Dear Andrea, stage is yours. I think you will give some information about the growth potential of cogeneration in Turkey, and please go.
Yeah. Thanks. So good afternoon. A warm good afternoon from my side. My name is Andrea Pivatello, and I hope you can see my screen as well. I have a presentation. Can you confirm that you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Perfect. So I work as a business development manager for Inyo Iembacher, and I'm very happy to be here and to have the time today to talk about the growth of cogeneration in Turkey. So before I go into the details about our innovation, I would like to summarize why we think that Turkey has a significant potential for growth. We see an increase of the energy demand because of the growing economy, and the cogeneration is attractive because this makes an efficient energy solution available already today. The renewable integration will play an important role in the future, so including wind and solar, and then the cogeneration system will help to increase the security and the sustainability of the energy system. Of course, the industrial sector knows very well already the benefits of cogeneration. You have many different industrial base, textiles, automotive, and chemicals, and everything they know already how the cogeneration can improve efficiency and reduce and stabilize the energy cost. And of course, we see that the government in Turkey has always been keen on the incentivization of the cogeneration adoption, so we think that it will continue, because the goals of Turkey are those to reduce the carbon emission, and with the cogeneration, they can reach the targets and still maintain the energy reliability of the whole system. So for us, let's say we think that cogeneration needs to develop, to evolve, and we do this through digital technology, through hydrogen readiness, and through solution for smart grid, and we will see some details now in my presentation. But before I start, just to give you a quick introduction about Ian Baker, we delivered the first genset in 1957, and so far we have more than 26,000 engines already in the world. Every engine is built in our factory in Austria, in Jembach, and we have now more than 2,000 employees. And we can offer a portfolio which goes from the smaller engine, which is 250 kilowatt, to the bigger engine, which is 10.6 megawatt. And we can offer solutions for different markets, for different segments. And we see that here in Turkey, we have the most important landfill gas power plant, and we are very proud of that. But not only that, we have several installations thanks to the collaboration with our partner and sponsor today here, which I thanks a lot for this speaking opportunity, which is Topkapi Industry. In 30 years that we have been working together, they have installed and commissioned more than 600 engines in Turkey for a total of 1 gigawatt of power. And they do service and sales services for all Turkey. And so now let me go through the innovation. I only have 10 minutes, so I will be very brief, but in case you want to have more information, you can come back to me and to us and to my colleagues from Turkey. So the first topic is the readiness for hydrogen. I have heard before about this topic has been already discussed so much, but if we look to the future role of our engines in a carbon neutral world, I think that this pictures is a little bit clarifying what will be, you see on the left side, the renewable energy production from wind and solar and biogas. And then we have the energy conversion, because the energy conversion comes from the power grid, which is supplied by renewables, but then you need to stabilize the grid, because those sources are not dispatchable. You cannot program solar, you cannot program wind, so you need something to stabilize the grid. And of course, we see our engines capable to run with hydrogen, because hydrogen is the way to store the excess renewable energy. And you can then combine this hydrogen with other elements, like if you want to transport on the long scale, you can combine this with nitrogen, or if you want to create synthetic fuels, you can combine it with CO2. But everything is integrated. So the message from this slide is that in the transition, we need everything. We need the gas network, we need the biogas, we need the wind, and everything must work in the best coordinated way. So what we mean with ready for hydrogen. Today, all our engines, also the engines which are installed, are ready for hydrogen. We have been certified by the TÜV. All the models, also we can offer up to 25% volume of hydrogen. And some engines, like the Type 4, are already 100% hydrogen ready. Why? Because customers more and more are asking us to have a hydrogen ready, because they don't know in 10, 15 years what will be the situation for the molecules, because when you make an investment in a cogeneration plant, you look normally for 10, 15, or even 20 or 25 years, the duration of the project. So we need to have an asset, which is an asset that can be reliable also in the future. And you don't need to replace this because the new situation of the energy market has changed. So with this solution, you have a ready for the transition technology. Here you see an overview of our portfolio. I will not spend too much time on that, because I want to show you our solutions for the microgrids. And when we see that, when we talk about microgrid, we talk about an industry trend which is getting more and more. So we have evolved from the pure island mode operation to a hybrid microgrid, and now we see a typical microgrid scope which include different renewable energy sources, different distributed energy resources, different loads, maybe the grid is there or not, and then maybe there is a storage of energy. And everything must be managed by a microgrid controller. So where we are here with the Jenbacher solution, we can offer already today a very advanced microgrid controller, which is an extension of our Jenbacher master control system. And with this, you have in one system the possibility to manage up to 50 distributed energy resources, which can be connected to fit your plant. So you can have also other gensets, for example, from other manufacturers, or you can also have a backup diesel generator. You can have photovoltaic, wind, and storage systems. all the other assets we can manage through our microgrid controller. So this means that you can have a very easy, detailed overview of your complete power plants. You can always have up-to-date data. You can flexibly change it and moving to different configuration, and you have every month comprehensive reporting or every day, depending on how you want. So here I would like to also to show you one of our currently under commissioning project from microgrid in South Africa for Danone. So this power plant was heavily under power supply outages, and this microgrid solution has been developed to implement solar photovoltaic of 1 megawatt, two 616 CHP units for 5 megawatt from natural gas, and then integrated with 4 diesel genset and a thermal storage. And this, with this solution, they can have a hydrogen-ready solution that can be switched to hydrogen in the future if needed, but in particular, they can solve the problem of the power supply outages. And finally, the last section, I would like to talk to you about an innovative plant operation, an example that we have running in Germany, and we think that this is a very nice example of the challenge of how we can overcome the challenge of the CHP. So this was a CHP unit which was running with 3 engines up to 2022. So this was a 6.5 megawatt power plant. And this was providing heat to a district heating for the city. But in 2023, or at the end of 2022, the feed-in tariff from the German government ended for this plant. And then this customer wanted to think about a possible solution to continue to have an earning and a profit from this power plant, but continuously to supply an eco-efficient energy to the city. So they have replaced the 3 engines with 2 engines, bigger engines, and we see here the configuration. So they have now 2 624 for 9 megawatt electrical, and then they have integrated 2 ammonia heat pumps. So in the system, they have a condensing exhaust gas heat exchanger in order to capture all the exhaust energy from the flow as well down to the condensing ratio. They have heat storage unit, and they have a power to heat system of 6.5 megawatt. So in total, now they have a thermal output of roughly 12 megawatt, of which 2 megawatt are coming from the heat pumps. And the total efficiency is more than 100% because the heat pumps are using the condensation energy of the engine exhaust, which are normally wasted in the atmosphere. So this means that they can really achieve a super high efficiency, and they also can provide more power output. If we look at the electrical output and thermal output before the upgrade, you see they are around 6 megawatt, and then after the upgrade, they can run up 9 megawatt and almost 12 megawatt of power for the thermal. So, and in terms of running hours, which is also very interesting, they have been reducing the running hours because they have optimized the use of the heat. So after the upgrade, they have reduced the running hour from 7,700 to roughly 5,000 hours per year. And in addition to that, they have more energy output compared to before. So they have more heat production in terms of energy and more electrical generation. And we are talking about a 27%. So at the end of the day, the plant upgrade in this case was increasing the thermal and electrical output, was reducing the utilization period, and was increasing the heat production and the power generation. And then this is, again, for them, a cost-effective operation, also without the CHP subsidy. So the customer, in this way, has found an innovative and maybe more clever way to use the waste heat, thanks to the integration of different technology and the use of these heat pumps in combination with the CHP. And they can, again, have a very flexible operation. And I would like to mention that this CHP was recognized as a CHP Plant of the Year from the government authorities and from a very specialized magazine. So this is what I wanted to tell you today, more or less. I would also like to collect some input from your side. I always do that. So if you want to do that, it's not mandatory, but you can scan this QR code, and there are 5 questions into a Microsoft Forms that you can anonymously compile, or if you want to leave your email address, we will contact you and we will send to you this presentation if you are interested, and also if you want to have more information.
Okay. Thank you for this nice presentation, Andrea, and the information you gave us. Tabii karbon nötrü konuştuğumuzda karbon nötrün parçalarından bir tanesinin
Of course, talking about carbon neutral, we said one of the main aspects of that is renewables and cogeneration. So how can these two systems work together? How is it possible to make sure that these two systems work at the same time? Andrea mentioned some aspects of that. So at this point, I will give the floor to Mr. Şenol Canım from İltekno. I think he will inform us about that.
Sorunuz var mı?
Sesim geliyor mu şu an? Geliyor. Ben bugün kojenerasyon ve yenilenebilir.
So today I will talk about cogeneration and renewable systems. I have a presentation on that. So here in my presentation, I also, actually we mentioned this subject a lot throughout the day. I'm going to focus more on the software side of things. That's what I do. I will talk about more software situations and some of the missing aspects. So first of all, let's define cogeneration hybrid systems and their benefits. I will also be showing you two examples, two cases as an example. So as many of you will know, cogeneration hybrid systems have certain advantages in terms of reducing CO2 emissions, greenhouse gas emissions. They also increase efficiency. And they allow cogeneration and renewable systems to work in conjunction. So compared to renewables or cogenerations by themselves, this kind of system complements each other and has complementary advantages. Compared to cogeneration systems, and hybrid system allows us to have less CO2 emissions and also gives us better fuel efficiency. Also, you can minimize climate and environmental challenges in this hybrid way. Recent decreases in the cost of renewable systems actually allowed us to have more investments in the renewables. Looking at these new investments, as of late, we see how control systems, and if these control systems are not planned in a good way, we experience certain issues. An example on that, I will give an example on that. When we went to implementing a facility, we were trying things out about trying different modules and island modules, and when the system was working in an island module, we witnessed a serious decrease. And what they told us was that the solar system was not working. So hybrid control system at this point looks at the needs of the facility and it gives us the most ideal solutions. And this way allows us to maximize the benefits of the hybrid system. So as you can see in this example, in this one, for example, we add 800 kilowatt solar system to a 2 times 3000 kilowatts of genset system. So the main target in this system is that looking at the island mode of the solar system to achieve maximum efficiency. Hybrid control system here communicates with gensets and communicates the values to make so it gives us the minimum power so that genset system is always active, and this way solar system can provide maximum benefit even in an island mode. Of course, this system can be changed and improved further. So certain things can be added to this system. Another thing is this. This is the second example. Here we have two 2300 kilowatts of systems and then a battery storage system of 50 megawatt. So we have two goals here. First being a hybrid control system for calculations and readings. So when the gensets come to that level, the system switches to standby and you can control it that way. The second goal of the system was to use API connections on the internet and follow gas and electricity unit prices so that the system can do arbitrage. So gensets and battery storage units are coordinated to allow for arbitrage in the energy markets. So this way the system communicates with the IAC protocol and reads the power levels on the grid, and thanks to the API connection and thanks to the special software that was built for this, it integrates to the gensets and also the battery storage system. It does all that, coordinates all that to allow for arbitrage opportunities and the energy exchanges. Thank you very much. I will now leave the floor to Mr. Kaya Korkmaz from npower. So what can you say to us about cogeneration? So as I've said before, I don't have a presentation. I don't have a presentation because you are all here and I've been listening to all of you since morning, talking about all the different applications, subjects. We've been talking about the future of cogeneration. So I'm actually going to be talking about far future, so maybe 100 years from now. So maybe I will talk about not the past or the future of our job, but maybe about the philosophy of it. And of course, going back, when we talk about electricity, of course, you can't start that discussion without talking about Tesla and Edison. And there's also a mechanical side to it. But I think we are stuck now. We try to do different ways of innovation. One of them is Aziz Nesin, a Turkish mathematician. He says we can discover new things if we don't lose our excitement and do something different. So if we do that, we can open and pave new ways. So there's a transformation now, talking about CHP, fuel cell, cogeneration. So we have to globalize our outlook and look from a different perspective.
First subject is global energy investment. Of course, is being done by profit-guided companies, and this is the result of that. And in a national sense, for every state, planning of these projects has to be made properly trained, efficient, and proficient people. Of course, we are a commercial company as well. We are trying to sell product, but while doing that, of course, every company has responsibilities. They have to properly use their resources. So in that sense, you have to plan the system properly. So you can't just do it with an excitement. You can't just go for nuclear, then electricity, then this and that. You have to plan it properly, not decades, in 50 or 100 years. This is the philosophy side. While doing that, what should we do? We have to improve our systems. We are talking about cogeneration, so we have to change our fuels. We are constantly talking about carbon, but we need something else to put in place of the fuel that we are running out of. This could be nuclear, this could be atomized something, it would be solar, it could be others, it could be hydrogen. There are many research being developed, and some of it has to come from academia, and that's very important. And when we take a look at the cogeneration side, of course, engine seems the heart of it, but since the day I established this company, I care about cogeneration. This is lowering the costs, and every system has their own issues within it, but you shouldn't forget that in global, for local production, this is some process that makes you independent and free. So you can't just put gas engine and not just maybe fuel cells, maybe hydrogen. So different resources as localized as possible is extremely critical. During these critical processes, if we are successful in national sense, we can fix the issues in the grid, and I believe we can improve our situation. So, and as Empower, what do we care about? Empower, as the owner of Empower Generation, this is an approved and known brand in 35 countries. In the last 5 years, what we are focusing on boutique organizations, boutique businesses, and what we mean by that is, this is not like hot cutter. Very heavy engineering and technology is required for that. How can we work with companies that work with many different technologies? That's still what we are focusing on. New partnerships are what we are open to constantly, and in that sense, we started by working on middle resilience. But in the recent area, we have defense industry products with AC/DC outputs and telecom communication products, and in addition to that, our own natural gas sets are being produced now with importing the engines. And what we are talking about beforehand in national and global, finding the proper systems, adapting that, we can be more penetrated in the global, and we are trying to be a company that is able to achieve that. And rotary converter is a new application in solar systems that is used a lot, and it is a system that creates 60 hertz of power. It's a very specific product, and we want these innovative works that require engineering and design, and I believe future requires investment like that. And the sir has said about other examples, and that's why I'm talking about it. It is very exciting. Fuel cells are in this, and in every time we talk, they are talking about growing. Now, thank you very much for listening to me, and hopefully I was able to explain myself. Thank you. Thank you very much. It is very important to have great planning, and cogeneration investments are very high cost investment. And for the payback of this system, of course, you need to have high capacity usage in this system, and this is important for businesses. And of course, there are other points for that, but there are some issues about oils, engine oils, and Texaco from Oktay from Texaco is going to talk about what can the lubricants are going to be in the future. I want to say welcome, but it's 5 p.m. now, so I want to very quickly talk about it. My name is Oktay Ker, and I am in mineral oil industry for about 34 years, and in terms of technological developments and training, so I've been working on this industry. And thank you everybody. This is the future of humanity, and these kinds of meetings should be more frequent, because energy is everything, and that's why we are gathering here. I'm going to talk about what is happening in the machine. We talked about a lot of things, but there's a general saying in this industry: what is blood for human is oil or lubricant for a machine. So currently, lubricant does not have any other issue. So varnish in vehicles is what I'm going to talk about. I'm sorry, I'm standing. I don't like to sit down while presenting, and I want to show some things so you can remember those. In an energy system where a turbine is used, 20% of the issues are from turbine, and 19% of them are from lube oil system. If you multiply those two things, about 4% of all the stoppage is because of lube oil system. Energy is everything, and if energy cuts down, it is costing everything, and we know what the cost is, but we cannot stop the production of energy. So there are some issues about additives in the oil, and issues about heaters, heat exchangers, and bearing failures. So what kind of solutions do we have? We'll talk about those. Chemical degradation, heat, varnish. These are all losses and failures for us, and we don't want them. So what is going to affect us? Heat is going to increase. more varnish will happen. So what do we do to prevent it?
Doğru ürün az duruşlar kullandığımız zaman hem sıcaklığı düşürüyoruz hem
So we are going to lower the heat and we are going to improve the
çok basit. Daha önce problem yaşayan
life of the
firmalar
pieces, and
bunun
very
için çok basit bir iyileştirme
easily a very small solution can save $350,000. As I've said, beyond cost and money, when you stop producing energy, it affects everybody. So what happens? Varnish is, of course, heat and other things are issues. So what is happening here? Issues with the oil.
ısı iletkenliğinin azalmasından dolayı türbinin
Issues with
vermemesi. Dışarıdan gelen solvent su
operating temperatures
yağın kimyasını bozması ve
and poor thermal stability and some byproducts oil and creating varnishing. Maybe you don't realize what this causes stoppage. What would happen to change? The oil will change the color. Operating heat will increase. You will see varnish deposits visible during routine, valve sticking, bearings overheating, component wear, and oil inlets and filters clogging, and these are all disasters for us. And in all of our analysis, we are improving the cost and improving our system, and we have created a system called Vortec. And what is the point of that? We have a testing method. This is about 99% to reality. So it's a high probability that this will happen. This is not just a lab test, it is extremely realistic. What we call Vortec, you can see any equipment, varnish can be removed so much. In computers you can see we have about 95%, in other products it's like down to 25%. If you don't clean this, there will be many issues. You can see blue one is a competitor's and other one is the dark blue is ours. When you put this in a system with varnish, you can see the other system seems like it is cleaning more, but a half an hour later it stops and it cannot clean anymore, but Vortec continues, and that's why you can see the color differences. That's the difference. Even though there's less, the Vortex can clean varnish in a better way. And if you take a look at the pictures, you can see varnish is cleaned about 95%. You can see pieces are, and at the end even bigger pieces are left behind, which is damaging the components. So what affects this? What kind of variables are here? And what kind of activities are important for us? Flow is very important. If the flow is higher, cleaning is higher. In low flow, we won't be able to reach the edges of the system, so if the pressure is low as well, higher heat is very important in cleaning. It is integrating the oils together. Chemistry is important. If we can keep using it for a longer time, that will have a great cleaning in the system. Now, we'll talk about some oxidation products. One of them is surface cleaning equipment, and the second one is other products that is produced with this technology. You can see GST advantage rust and oxidation and GST advantage EP. Let's say you're experiencing stoppages and you are experiencing varnish issues. First you need to clean up. If you put the new product without cleaning the old product, it wouldn't help because the older oil will destroy the new one. So that's why first we have to clean the system, then we will use better oils. And for that sense we have two products. From 22 to 180, these are the tasting that we have of competitors and our product. For varnishing, they have great results in terms of weight. It goes from high to low, so proper product usage is also very important in addition to cleaning the system. In field testing, 70 degrees varnishing versus vortex varnishing and cleaning rate, you can see the difference, and it's just talking about 1 hour's work. You can affect it in that sense. In heating panels, first varnished, then non-varnished examples. You can see just using it 1 hour saves you from varnish. Right here, all the build up in bearings and tubes. This is a real picture, you know, these things happen. Usually you would have it in your lavatory, for example. It's the same thing. Without cleaning them, using a new oil is meaningless. Now, as you know, in the market, what do we do if we use a less amount of it? In Solenox 70, we can do our system. So if we use it properly, it will be moving the system in a better way. So what are we taking a look at? Of course, we have better systems for using turbines, but you should never forget that varnish will always happen. We always have to remove the varnish and we have to keep it away. And as you know, you shouldn't forget that varnish can be filtered out, but the equipment will still be dirty. So first we need cleaning and new technology to get rid of varnish in our systems, otherwise you can't keep them clean. If you have questions about it, I would like to answer them during the cocktail or afterwards. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you, Mr. Oktay. And you talked about the importance of that, and we talked about engines being hydrogen ready. We shouldn't only think about engines for cogeneration, because we have tanks and we have ovens and we have burners. Can we use hydrogen in those? These kind of questions are coming to mind. So Mr. Cenk Özyılmaz, the General Director of EcoStar, is going to be talking about that. Thank you, Gökhan. We are the last two. Of course, everybody is tired, so it's very difficult to get people going, but very quickly, I don't want to go into detail, but I will very quickly inform you about the firm and talk about examples that we have. I am the General Director of EcoStar, and I am Cem Özyıldırım. I've been in this industry for 30 years. Hopefully, will continue even more. Now, for thermal heating systems, our company is focused on production. Sometimes they ask us, what do we burn? We even burn the dead. We won't burn anybody alive, only dead. There's a cremation system in Canada that we supplied burners to. As I've said, we are a firm of 60 years. I think we have moved forward a bit from sugar factories to power plants. Burners are used everywhere, and and we have a lot of different projects. We have our factory in Çorlu and our headquarters are in Kartal. In 2010, we set up the RG lab, and after that we have been a design center, and we have about 24 to 25 very capable engineers, and we are designing our own products ourselves. And at the beginning, of course, we have used a know-how and a technology from outside, but then we focused on our own technology and know-how, and within that we have fuel adaptations and low emission devices. Many different points are with us, and while doing that, in our lab we are able to burn very different kinds of fuel. This is very important because, of course, during the process there are a lot of alternative fuels like trash fuels or alcohol, ethyl alcohol, or other chemicals that you can throw away. In our laboratory, we did their testing and checked all their flammability, and we are designing systems for them. And to be able to do that, we need a very powerful software and hardware, and that is in our design center. One of the most important points is simulating the designs of the systems, making it look like it's working, and taking a look at the possible problems before testing starts, and designing the system through that way. That is one of the best investments we have done in our company. And of course, we have patents and designs, so on the other side we are continuing to work on that, and we are working together with the universities, some notices and notices, national or international notices are shared by us so that we can talk about what we are doing. And let me start about what we are going to talk about. Of course, in cogeneration, I'm going to talk about carbon footprint, what days have been talked about. Emissions from fossil fuels are that, and of course their effects on global warming, and there are some things in the works for limiting that, and energy production has 30% of carbon usage, and glass and cement actually has a specific time, and everybody has been talked about since the morning the carbon market, taxation, and exporting is going to be much harder, and steel industry will be receiving a tax tariff. So in grand transformation in energy like hydrogen and another thing, I'm going to skip these parts because you know most of this. So what we first work the most about is the positive studies, earning back wasted heat and improving systems, and digital watching and other control systems to improve that. And AI is also being included. Cogeneration systems, do you use burners? Yes. Where is it? For supplementary fires, for example, you can use it for drying, and also within cogeneration you can improve the heat of water, and you can use it to get a channel. These things are duct type, and there are products that we are building and we are selling to both Turkey and abroad. Among what we are doing when we are talking about emissions, it's one of the most important things. We are trying to lower the emissions. How much gases can we minimize? Of course, in very high heat, NOx happening in engines, and in Europe and in global issues there are some limits. Even though Turkey doesn't have them, Europe and EU and US have specific limits, and NOx emissions can happen at a specific time. So that's why we are still working on that, and low NOx is less than 30 ppm, and their flue gases are used, and international circulation is told about it, and now we are working in these harmful gases, and especially in China and Europe we are hoping to get it lower than 30 ppm, and everybody including Turkey is working on that. Another project that we have finalized is regulative burner. 1200 degrees of ovens are used for this, and gas is heated up inside. So with that heat, you understand, we can have Wolverine burn with this device. So they can solve the issue. We are able to create energy savings, and we are currently selling them in a commercial manner, and we have regens. This is a system that is used in a twin sense. One of them would burn, and you can push the gas through the small one, so you keep some fuel in that in your mouth, and again and this is a project entirely from the ground up, and we are hoping to create a oven sale in Turkey as well. In addition to that, we have high-speed burners to achieve homogeneous burning and lowering the emission amounts. I want to enter hydrogen. Hydrogen is another renewable energy resource, and in that sense, a couple of years ago we have started a project within that we have brought the product into 20% hydrogen, 80% natural gas, and in time we have reached 100% hydrogen. So we have done the project, and we planted near, so a couple more firms are working on that. They can measure everything. You can watch everything. Of course, this is the first hydrogen project that we did in Turkey. So what is going to happen? We experience same things in hydrogen as well. Even though natural gas is feeling very natural to us, hydrogen will be like that as well. I want to very quickly compare natural gas with hydrogen. It's carbon neutral, so it is cleaner than nitrogen, and it's lighter than nitrogen, so it requires you to be careful because it's a very small atom and it can leak, and different air concentrations can be made. Compared to natural gas, it has a greater range, and it's making it harder to control. Flaming speed is very fast, faster than natural gas, and in addition to that, control is extremely important. If you don't have a proper visor, after a specific speed, system will pull the device towards it, and that is very important for hydrogen. And heat of the flame is very high, and NOx goes very high, and when you take a look at the mass, heat is advantageous compared to natural gas, but it requires 3 times the more pipelines because of the volume. I'm going to skip this. Again, we have a 30%. In addition to that, we have specific works on AI, and so that AI can warn you beforehand. For automation, a separate algorithm will work in the background and control the system, and again the same thing for emission controls. These are the work that we are doing for this project, and we had about almost close to 60 projects within the company, and that's what I'm going to close. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Jim. Of course, we have been together in TÜBİTAK with Cem about coal burners, so he cares a lot about R&D. And this is going to be the final speech of the day. High speed of cogeneration, like heat and whatever, like 500 degrees. Okay, I'm going to give the stage to Mr. Hussein. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for being with us. I have never been in an event like this. I'm going to show you a video, then we have a presentation, but I want you to focus on the video in a specific way. LPG, let's say LPG is a new energy. There's a concept called latent heat. Yes, we know. We are talking about tri-generation. Electricity, heat. We also do thermal batteries. We are producing water. So the term of generation can be discussed. Why? Their customers, some of them are members and some of them are customers, right? Let's say broilers, and we want to bring all the components together and sell them to work. We have a specific, very important engine. You can go and plug it in to any customer that you have. It's compatible with all of that, but we can do the R&D together.
Video dinlerken bir de so keep that in mind when watching the video I'm about to show you. So we also have another thing, geothermal energy and sun thermal energy. Not necessarily talking about hot water. There's also enhanced geothermal coming up. They basically do a closed circuit water applications. We will have this everywhere in the world, and every country can use enhanced geothermal because it's already ready below, down there, and you can make use of it. So this can entirely change the green energy concepts. So this extended geothermals and enhanced geothermals are coming up. There's also sun thermal. We are actually rich in terms of sun thermal and geothermal in Turkey. And if you put LPG in the middle of that, LPG, we can actually become a really important player in the world. We have been doing the R&D of this for the last 7 years. Hasan Bey is with us. He is a scientist and also the founder. Has hundreds of patents that he owns. So let's see this video together now.
Soğutma ve havadan su üretimi yapabilen şebeke bağımsız altyapı sunar. İlhamını doğadan alan %100 yerli, %100 yenilenebilir enerjiyle mahalle, köylerde, kentlerde ve hatta ülkelerde elektrik ve suyun yeni kaynağı.
Evet, şimdi sunum.
So yes, after the video, moving on with the presentation. So that latest tree animation that you saw there is our patent. So here that tree figure shows how the tree uses osmosis to get the water and then gets the sun. So the tree is basically a turbine of nature. And just like the tree, our RPG is that basically. There are differences in the world, about 15 to 20 degrees heat difference in the night and day. So if you can turn that into electricity, instead of waiting for that difference in heat, we can use this system. And we have been working on this for the last 6 years to turn it into a product. So what is... And here you actually see how the heat is distributed to the houses and it is used in houses. It's actually logically, if you look at it, it's really interesting. It's actually very similar how a tree works. So just like a tree gets the water from the ground and then it turns into rain because it gives it back to the atmosphere. So that's actually similar to our production process. So very quickly,
önemli birkaç tane nokta var. Evet, aklınıza kalan şey bu olsun.
so this, if you have to keep something from this presentation, just keep this. Take the photograph of it if you like. First of all, the patent belongs to us. And if it is, for example, we have this very low degree patents as well. So the foreign investors say that you've discovered a new generation of heat pump. And that is correct. And our products can be installed anywhere, on the side of the road, in a building, in a factory. The only thing we need is waste heat. We have huge diversity of machines, from the size of your fist to the size of this stage that we are on. And we're not emitting carbon. Our machines are different, and they can be household type, industrial type, and our biggest ones have about 75 kilowatts of work. It's active since April. So daily, more than 1.51 megawatt is produced from waste heat. So on average, it's about 45 to 50. Of course, the return of this is really short. So if we were to sell this machine in Europe, as they know, electricity prices are 30 cents, and it pays itself in 6 months. So what we want to do is to build turbines so we can work with you to achieve that. So these are some of the products that we sell now: geothermal size or factory size, household type, or types that can be used in boilers, to really smaller ones. So in the last 6 years, we have been working on this, and everyone has been saying nobody could achieve this. So it's not possible to build, produce electricity under 100 degrees. And they said if this was possible, someone else would have done it. So we have this project now in EU. We have 5 countries: Germany, UK, Ireland, Belgium, and Turkey. It's chosen as a common project for these countries. RPG, our project, was chosen. In Europe, 20 million households are heated with water. It's similar in Russia, and about 5 million households in Germany. So in this picture, you see the other energy experts who are now living in France and Egypt, etc. France and Germany, etc. You see so basically, you see the team, but basically this was chosen in Germany. So we will use the same machine that we use at Hayat Kimya. Zorlu Enerji is our business partner, in this project. We don't have anyone from Zorlu Enerji, I think, because because we have been telling them for 3 years, just buy and test a 30,000 euro machine and let's test it. But they didn't. So we are working with Zorlu Enerji in this project. So this is the market. So all of our business partners in cogeneration can work with us, because this market is an amazing one, from geothermal to thermal plants.
Amerika'da bir tane firma sadece deniz gemisindeki kazan dairesindeki atık silgileri kazanıyor diye 400 milyon dolar
In the US,
pazar değeri var. Bir Gates yatırım yaptı diye.
there are some companies working on this.
Yani bildiğin eski muhabbimiz arabada yaşıyor. Sadece küçük dışlar makineyi. Yani hakikaten başka boyut burası. Evet, bizim makineler...
And our machines can be connected in parallel. We need hot water, cold water, and lines connecting them. So our machines can work in different temperatures. And in fact, these machines can be put everywhere. So what is our differences compared to ORCs? You see the differences. We can do ORC machines below 1 kilowatt. Our real difference comes here. We need 30 degrees. So when the temperature is 0, if you give 35 degrees of water, we can produce electricity. So in Turkish conditions, we can produce electricity at 55 degrees. Okay, coming to the sections about patents. So we are the company that applies to most patents, and we are also the company in Turkey that has the biggest amount of verified patents. But looking at these, that is the situation in terms of patents. You see some examples. This is our Hayat Kimya project. You see the installed power, the net power, and figures. This is the efficiency table. I can share this with you if you want. This is our Preli Prometheon. This is a flash steam application. And this is our machine in Uzbekistan. It's 48 degrees of outlet temperature. Thank you very much. So thank you very much. I think with that really interesting speech, we are coming to the end. We don't have enough time for Q&A as well. So if you have questions, you can find our panelists in the networking cocktail. So thank you very much to everyone. Thank you very much for attending.
Teşekkür ederiz. Şöyle bir tane vereyim. Biz teşekkür ederiz.
There from Enerjisa is here. We would like to give them this arrangement of flowers. Il Tekno. And Power.
Renkler sarı kırmızı mı? Bak bakayım.
Evet, biraz tuttu. Harika, teşekkür ederim.
Texaco. Texaco. Kim var Texaco? Oktay Bey. Teşekkür ederiz. Tres Enerji. Tres Enerji'den kimse var mı? Dışarıdalar galiba. Foton'dan kimse var mı? Evet. Maide Hanım teşekkür ederiz. ICCI adına Meral Hanım burada mı? Hı? Şöyle.
Çok teşekkürler, çok sağ olun.
Teşekkür ederiz destekleriniz için.
Ben de çok teşekkür ederim, çok sağ olun.
Evet, bir de bugüne en fazla emeği geçen iki tane arkadaşımız. Derneğimizin eski koordinatörü, yeni üyesi Yağmur. Ve bugünün emeği en çok geçen arkadaşlarımızdan Esin. Gel bakalım şimdi de sana. Esin Ilamur, derneğimizin koordinatörü. Çok emeği geçti. Çok sağ ol. Teşekkür ederiz. Çok sağ olun. Şimdi kokteylimize geçebiliriz. Kokteylimiz yukarıda yemek yediğimiz alanın ve bahçenin açık olan tarafı. Hep beraber buyurun lütfen. Kokteylde artık her türlü soru cevap sohbetler devam edecek. Süha Bey,